Hi, friends. Hello, happy Wednesday. I think it's Wednesday. Yes. Yep, it's Wednesday. Had to double check. Hi, guys. It is happy Wednesday. Wednesday. Get my coffee. Hey, how is everybody? Everybody having a good morning? Good morning. Hey, dog mom. Determined to stay awake today. Getting really tired of this -2-degree weather. One more day, and then it'll start warming up. If you consider 20 degrees warm. Well, comparatively, comparing it to 2 degrees, yeah, 20 degrees is much warmer. Just saying. Hey, Michelle. Hello, hello. I hope you're feeling good today. Hey, Miss Gail. Miss King, hello. Hey, Donnie. Not Wahlberg. Good morning. Good morning, Sherry. Hey, hey. Da, 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 da. Hey, Henny. Hey, honey, honey. My honey, Henny. Hello, Margaret. Hello, dearie. Hello, dearie. How are you guys this morning? Kiddo had a good class this morning. She did a good job. She did a good job this morning. Good, thanks, says Henny. Good deal, good deal. Let's get the show on the road. So, we have another a medical examiner, I think is what he is, on the stand today. I was watching it this morning, and then when her class started, I had to turn it off, so I missed a lot of it. But we're going to get started right out of the gate. I don't know who this gal is. I don't know who this gal is. Let me Scoocheroo. Well, I thought that I could 5-second it, but here we go. When I click the arrow, it skips by like 5 seconds. Here he is.
You may be seated.
All right. Are there any matters that we need to discuss out of the
Hey, Kel,
presence
good
of the jury?
morning.
Your Honor, Dr. Banerjee believes that she should listen in to the next witness, who's Lieutenant Bledsoe. She believes there are facts and circumstances that he's going to testify to that would aid her in her subsequent testimony. I've asked the prosecutor if he has any objection, and I need to put that matter before the court because she would like to be connected for audio.
All right. Let me see if the state has any objections.
She's been
The next witness is not an expert, as I understand.
I understand that, Your Honor.
It depends on whether there's an objection raised.
Your Honor, the state takes no position with regard to this matter.
Well, I don't know that I have any problems with it. The next witness will be a fact witness, not an expert, and ordinarily another expert is not entitled to listen to a pure fact witness. But if there's no objection raised by the state, I'll allow it.
All right, Your Honor, then I'm gonna contact Dr. Banerjee and inform him.
Well, we have to have a phone number, and Ms. Brown Bailey will have to contact Dr. Banerjee.
Oh Lord, more contacting people this morning, making sure people can hear and see the things.
To listen to the testimony, is that right?
Yes, sir, and I'll mute myself right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other issues to take up at this time, council?
May we approach the bench on one issue that is cropping up?
Sure.
So they want to approach the bench for one issue. Approach, 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 Sidebar City. Ow. Meow. I still have not figured out who this... I've seen this court reporter in another trial, but I don't remember whose. I don't remember. Do you remember? September. Okay. Haircut boy's going to get a haircut. Hi, Michelle. That's funny. He's like, they said my hair looked weird, Mom. Mom's like, it does look weird, boy. Go get it cut.
Not ready. You scared me. I thought you were bringing in the jury.
Mr. Chin Flipper. Lord have mercy.
Okay, we've marked it up now.
Shiny day.
Oh, okay. That's even better. Ah, that's even better. So we don't have to run a test. Anything else?
Your Honor, I would just advise the court that this witness is expected to run through lunch, so whenever the court is prepared to break, we can do that.
Okay. You anticipate even on direct, he'll run through lunch?
I anticipate that we'll run right up to lunch, possibly.
Okay.
Wow.
That sounds good. We'll break before cross. Bring in the jury, please.
Bring the jury. I think this is the dark-haired doctor with the beard.
Continue with the state's case in chief. Ms. Aker, please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Timothy Bledsoe to the stand.
Bring a cup of water with me.
Certainly.
Well, that's not who was on the stand when I was watching.
If you'll raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
That's not
the
who
whole
I
truth, and
saw
nothing
on
but
the stand.
truth, so help you God. You may have a seat.
Oh, yay, Michelle. You got snow
All right,
and
Miss
new
Aker.
glasses. Cute.
State and
Do you
spell
like
your
your
name for the
glasses?
record.
Timothy Bledsoe, Timothy, Bledsoe, BLED.
Oh, I gotta go check on the kiddos. I hear it sounds like
And
the
you're retired
two
now,
of
is that
them are
correct?
That's
arguing
correct.
over
How were you
something. I'll be
previously
right back.
employed?
I was employed by the West Virginia State Police as a West Virginia State Trooper from September of 1994 until April of 2022.
And are you still involved with West Virginia State Police at all?
Yes.
How so?
Prior to my retirement, I was asked by the staff at the West Virginia State Police Academy to periodically do a presentation to the training classes that are put on there for cadet training and basic officer training, and I do that from time to time as they schedule that.
During the course of your employment with the West Virginia State Police, did you have occasion to investigate a Natalie Cochran?
Yes, I did.
And is that the same Natalie Cochran that's on trial today?
That's correct. And she's seated here at defense counsel table with her co-counsel, Mr. Victor and Mr. Selden.
Your Honor, could the record please reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
It shall so reflect.
Thank you. What did you investigate her for?
Initially, the investigation centered around a potential of financial crimes. And then as we continued that investigation, we also investigated the death of Michael Cochran.
Your Honor, I'm retrieving what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. I would request permission to approach the witness.
Yes, you may do so.
Can I see that for a second? Oh,
Were you present at the time that the events in State's Exhibit 1 occurred?
Yes, I was.
And have you reviewed State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Can you identify for us what that is?
Yes, this is the plea agreement signed and carried out in the district court for the Southern District of West Virginia, in which the defendant pled
I'm
guilty.
going to object this entire line of questioning. We're not retrying here the federal case.
Your Honor, this is simply a line of questioning to introduce the federal document of which the court has taken judicial notice into evidence.
For what relevancy?
It is relevant because it's going to prove that Michael Cochran did not know what was going on in the defendant's Ponzi scheme.
That document has nothing to do with Michael Cochran.
The stipulation of facts that is reflected in that document does not mention Michael Cochran, which goes to show that he did not know what was going on.
I'll overrule the objection. I'll permit it, and I'll preserve your exception, Mr. Victor. Go ahead. You may rephrase or re-ask the question, please, Ms. Aker.
I believe I asked you to identify State's Exhibit 1.
Yes, this is the plea agreement, which was signed by the defendant involving the financial crimes in which she was charged in the federal court for the Southern District of West Virginia, and she pled guilty.
And does that document accurately reflect the events as you recall them?
Yes, it does.
In that document, is there a stipulation of facts signed by the defendant?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, is Michael Cochran mentioned anywhere in that stipulation of facts?
No, he is not.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to move State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
I'm going to object on the same grounds that I objected before, the relevancy.
Have we dealt with State's Exhibit 1 already? It has not been admitted?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to admit it over objection. I'll preserve the defense objection and exception to the document.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Westman, can you please tell us what you know about Michael Cochran?
He was 38 years old at the time of his death. He was married to the defendant. They shared a home here in Raleigh County in the Daniels area, had 2 children together. I never met Michael Cochran personally, but through investigation and I think.
So I'm going to object based on lack of personal knowledge.
Your Honor, his personal knowledge was gained through his investigation.
Well, which is based probably on hearsay. And again, lack of personal knowledge.
Overruled. You may continue, please.
And through the investigation, we learned that Michael Cochran was someone who was very conscious of his physical fitness. He was into working out, possibly bodybuilding, and also was very conscious of his standing and reputation in the local community.
Was there any point in your investigation, I'll rephrase, did it ever appear to you as though Michael was questioning the legitimacy of Tactical Solutions Group?
That is a leading question. I object to that.
I think I have to sustain that objection.
You obtained a search warrant for the defendant's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
And in reviewing that telephone, were there any text messages that caught your attention at any point?
Yes, numerous ones, particularly around late September of 2018, the text messages that we were reviewing as part of our investigation at that time.
Your Honor, I'm asking for 3 exhibits to be marked at this time that have been reviewed by the defense.
All right.
I believe these are 22 through 24.
Yes. Number 22 through 24, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, could you please identify the parties in these text messages on the screen?
The 304-228-1321, that would be,
Your Honor, could you speak into the microphone? I can't really hear him.
Okay.
sorry.
No problem.
The 1-304-228-1321 telephone number is identified as being the cellular phone number for the defendant. And the one titled Uncle Buster, I believe that was the uncle of the defendant, Charles Hawley.
And there were several text messages along these same lines, is that correct?
That's correct.
What about these text messages stands out to you?
The first text message is from the defendant to Uncle Buster. It says, "Good evening. After all your contracts pay out, I won't be able to invest them anymore. I will cut your checks as soon as they come in. I am very sorry. I wasn't transparent with Michael on all the contracts we had in the works." That's one of many demonstrations throughout the text message.
I'm going to object.
Sustained. That was unresponsive.
Could I
Yes, you
And
can
move-
follow up with a
Move
question.
to strike, Your Honor, that last answer.
Yes, I'll grant that. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the last attempt to explain.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, why does that text message stand out to you?
Because the defendant is obviously communicating that she was not transparent with Michael about aspects of the business.
Ooh, nice dog, Mom. You gotta love those warm
Now, these text
blankets.
messages
Oof.
are across a couple of pages, but did you identify the parties in these messages as well?
Hey, Gina. Good to see you.
Yes, again, this is the
Hey,
defendant's
hey.
phone, and it appears to be
Hi, Gina.
communications with her sister, Penny Carrick.
So straight out of the gate, I missed this guy's testimony. The kids were fighting, not really fighting, I said fighting, but sort of having a disagreement about a charger. In a sort of way, anyway. Eli kind of had a charger, and she was kind of telling on him, and he is a big kiddo is such a charger thief. Like, he steals all the chargers, all of them. You ever heard of like a ink pen thief or a lighter thief? Yeah, he's a charger thief. That defense lawyer is on top of this prosecutor at every opportunity. You are an ink pen thief, Michelle? I was the weird one who always wanted like the nurses' pens. When they would get those really cool like sample pens from different medicine, you know, those people that would go around to different doctors' offices and give samples of certain, I don't know what those people are called. I forget. But those kind of pens, I'm always like, ooh, I want that pen. That pen looks so cool. I like pens, though. I'm a pen thief. Not even gonna lie. Yes. Those people. They would always have the coolest looking pens. Yeah. I'm like, I want that pen. All right. We'll get back to it, but I just heard him say that these text messages prove that I need to go back and look, but yeah. What are these text messages showing again? Something about proving or showing that he did or did not know about the Ponzi scheme. Miss King likes pens too. Henny said my second oldest sister was a lighter thief. Yeah. Been there, done that, but I don't smoke cigarettes anymore, so I'm lucky if I can even locate a lighter anymore. They knew to give us the good stuff to get to our physicians. You were the gatekeepers, right? You were always the one that lost the lighters. Well, go back real quick. It's not far back. Okay, I might do that then. Quit though. Still carry a lighter in the pocketbooks. Well, I mean, I guess you never know when you need a lighter. Not, necessarily. Like, there's been times when I've needed a lighter and don't have one, Okay, here we go. I'll rewind it a little bit. How far back is it, Miss King? I don't go that far back. Okay, I'll start here and see. You are a prepper, huh?
Lieutenant Bledsoe, could you please identify the parties in these text messages on the screen?
The 304-228-1321, that would be the,
Your Honor, could you speak into the microphone? I can't really hear him.
Okay,
sorry.
no problem.
The 1-304-228-1321 telephone number is identified as being the cellular phone number for the defendant. And the one titled Uncle Buster, I believe that was the uncle of the defendant, Charles Hawley.
And there were several text messages along these same lines, is that correct?
That's correct.
What about these text messages stands out to you?
The first text message is from the defendant to Uncle Buster. It says, "Good evening. After all your contracts pay out, I won't be able to invest them anymore. I will cut your checks as soon as they come in. I am very sorry. I wasn't transparent with Michael on all the contracts we had in the works." That's one of many demonstrations throughout the text message.
I'm going to object.
Sustained, that was unresponsive.
Could I,
Yes, you can follow up with a
I move
question.
to strike, Your Honor, that last answer.
Yes, I'll grant that. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the last attempt to explain.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, why does that text message stand out to you?
Because the defendant is obviously communicating that she was not transparent with Michael about aspects of the business.
Now, these text messages
Ooh.
are across a couple of pages, but could you identify the parties in these messages as well?
Yes, again, this is a defendant's phone, and it appears to be communications with her sister, Penny Carrico, who I believe has since been married and is now maybe Penny Lowry.
I'm just moving on in the same conversation to the top of the next page. Why does that text message stand out to you?
For the same reasons I stated on the previous, it's a very similar in context and has the same wording that Michael and I should have been, excuse me, details with Michael and I should have been completely transparent with him. That's similar to the previous text.
I don't think the jury can read these texts. Can you, members of the jury?
Working on it.
Okay.
Hit the T until you can read.
Maybe you could assist Deputy Fry. We need to focus in.
Yeah, turn that way. Okay.
If I bring down the house lights, does that help at all or make it worse? Is that better? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I'm gonna take that one away now. best to get it all on there. And finally, Lieutenant Bledsoe, could you please identify the parties in these text messages?
Again, yes, that's the defendant's cell phone number, and also identified as, the other phone number is identified as Wendy Poteet, which is the sister of the defendant.
Oh my God, I love that last name, Poteet. I love that last name. I've heard that before. It's a very southern sounding. Poteet.
What happened in September of 2018?
From our investigation, we learned that, and these texts are an example of how we learned that Michael Cochran discovered that there were aspects of the business, particularly related to the purchase or investment into contracts and the amount of money that investors were investing versus what he believed, what he had been told by the defendant. And more importantly, the promised return was much larger to those individuals than he had previously believed. And he was extremely upset by that.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I've got my exhibits all out of order.
Okay, take your time.
Your Honor, I'm now presenting what I would ask be marked as State's Exhibit 25.
Okay,
And all of these exhibits have their readout plans.
Can I just see it
sure.
for a second? I don't have these numbers memorized. I'm
Right.
This will be state exhibits number 25.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm also going to ask the State's Exhibit 26 be marked.
Very well.
Number 26, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, could you please identify the parties in these text messages?
Yes, that's communication by cell phone between the defendant and Michael Cochran.
Can you see this, members of the jury?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
And what to you is the significance of these text messages?
The defendant appears to be relaying to Mr. Cochran.
Well, I'm sorry, Your Honor. If it appears to be, then the witness is speculating.
Sustained. You can rephrase, please, Ms. Aker.
What about these text messages was pertinent to your investigation?
Based on our investigation and reviewing these text messages, they are reflecting amounts, large amounts of money that are being presented to Michael Cochran in the context that they will be being
Lord
paid
have
to
mercy.
their business as
Look
part
at
of
that
their,
amount of money.
contracts with the federal government.
Good gravy. Hold on, I gotta go back and see that again.
contracts.
Too
with,
soon. That says 3.45 million should post tonight at midnight from Pay Simple. 300,000 should post Wednesday. 1.25 million Thursday. 724,000 Monday. 2.55 million next Friday. Oh my God. Lord, 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 have mercy.
government.
Hey, Patricia. Hopefully you're not putting out a lot of metaphorical fires today.
And are these the same parties as the previous text messages?
Yes.
What about Michael's response was significant to your investigation, if anything?
Yes, based on our investigation, and again, reviewing these texts, he was, and based on the information that I testified previously about what he had found out, he was trying to find out.
Well, Your Honor, the witness is speculating, the witness is stating something based on hearsay. I object to this.
Well, I think it's based on his investigation, and I think it's proper. I'll allow it. You may continue, sir.
Judge, may we approach on that?
Sure.
He's like, okay, I'm not going to stand for that answer, so can I come up there and argue with you a little bit about it? Hey, Donnie. Hi, Donnie. No, Donnie, this is the first guy on the stand. The medical examiner is not come on yet. Whenever I tuned in earlier today, the medical examiner was on the stand. I assumed he was the first witness because she said something about that he would be on the stand until lunchtime. But yeah, apparently I was confused about that part. But yeah, he's not been on the stand yet. You're welcome. First, I read your comment as the new me. Like, hi, did I miss the new me? Like, I thought you were trying to say.
Mr. Heinzman.
I'm not even going to lie. I thought that you were asking if I missed the new you. And I was like, oh, what did she mean? Did she change her profile picture? And then it dawned on me you meant medical examiner. So, yeah.
And what exactly was brought to your attention?
He had received information from one of the troopers at the Beckley Detachment, Sergeant Alan Marsh, and that information indicated that there was potentially financial crimes or a crime or crimes being committed by the defendant.
And what steps did you undertake to begin your investigation?
A wide array of things, just gaining all the background information that we could. Some of it was, obtained through open source. The business had a website that we were able to look into. But at the same time, doing an investigation of that nature, it's important to, especially if it's something that you believe is still ongoing, you want to make sure that you don't, tip your hand And so we tried to be as covert as possible in exploring the information into the financial crimes. And we were able to,
I'm going to object. This is non-responsive. It's we. The question was, what did you do? Because I don't want any answers based on hearsay.
Okay, Lieutenant Bledsoe, if you'd confine your answer and testimony to the activities that you engaged in yourself.
yes, sir.
You can continue if you can phrase it within yourself.
Yes, I participated in the investigation in that. I was a participant in assisting in obtaining grand jury subpoenas to obtain documentation, interviewing witnesses, potential witnesses, and just the collection of any and all known documentation or information that we could possibly find related to the allegation.
And just so we're clear, financial crimes were not the only allegation that you investigated, right?
At the beginning, yes, it was, but as the financial crime investigation continued, then I also was involved in investigating the death of Michael Cochran.
And in investigating the death of Michael Cochran, what steps did you personally undertake?
Very similar to what I stated earlier, and also met with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for West Virginia once I learned that Mr. Cochran had not underwent autopsy upon his death.
Did you conduct interviews during your murder investigation?
Yes.
Did you obtain search warrants?
There was a search warrant obtained, but the basis for that affidavit was based on the investigation of the financial crimes.
Were you ever aware of an audit on the Cochrans?
No.
Were you aware of allegations of an audit?
Yes.
And by whom were those allegations made?
The defendant.
Your Honor, I'd ask this be marked as State's Exhibit.
Number 27, Your Honor.
Very well.
Now, as far as this is concerned, I only want to focus on this text message. Who is this text message coming from?
The defendant. Excuse me.
So, did you ever uncover any evidence that an audit occurred?
Absolutely not.
What was the audit used as an excuse for?
For the delay in repaying investors or the
Your Honor,
business.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We're back to money laundering trial.
Your Honor, the point of
There's-
this is to prove that Mr.
Wait a
Cochran...
minute, you all are talking at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Let me hear from Mr. Victor first. Go ahead.
The answer and the question and the answer suggested the same thing that the court has sustained the objection to already. That is, we're retrying the financial case. And we should, and calling for all kinds of speculation, and we don't need to do this. This has nothing to do with murder trial. This is irrelevant.
Now, Ms. Akers.
Your Honor, the purpose of this and the relevance is to prove the state's motive, which is that Michael Cochran did not know that a Ponzi scheme was being run, and that is why we purport that the defendant killed him.
I'll allow it. The objection's overruled. Continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Bledsoe, are you aware of anyone by the name of Betsy Britland?
I'm familiar with that name, yes.
Can you tell us who she is,
No, I cannot.
and why is that?
Because through this investigation, I learned that that person, the way that it was being presented, was not actually a real person, or employed in the manner in which it was also being portrayed, or she was also being portrayed to be employed.
Now, was she ever mentioned in the defendant's communications with anyone?
Yes, numerous times.
And
Ooh,
who
you
was she
mean we got
purported to be
somebody?
by the
Wait, wait,
defendant?
wait, wait, wait. We have somebody, a made-up person?
An employee with the Defense Finance Accounting Services, which was commonly seen throughout documentation.
Oh, and also, Donnie, I saw that you said that about Paisley being curled up so tight that she looks like a baby. Poppy is like under every fuzzy blanket in my bed. She is snug as a bug in a rug. She she's under all the blankets.
Reviewed in this investigation is DFAS,
What does DFAS stand for?
Defense Finance Accounting Service, I believe.
What's the significance of the government shutdown that began in December of 2018?
It was a legitimate government shutdown, as most of you may remember, but it also provided that the business of the defendant was not able to, provided an excuse as to why the business could not do government contract work or receive payment from the government for contract services.
And do you recall learning of an incident that occurred with Michael at BB&T during that month?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Through the investigation and interview of witnesses, I learned that Michael Cochran had.
Again, it's based on hearsay and some third-party statement, Judge.
No, I don't think so. I'm going to allow it. The objection's overruled. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I learned that the Cochrans were sent a letter by BB&T Bank here in Beckley, and the nature of that correspondence was to inform them that their bank accounts with BB&T were going to be closed. And in response to that, Mr. Cochran went to BB&T Bank personally and was very irate, very upset, to the point that his close friend, Chris Davis, had to be summoned to the bank to calm him down.
Object to any characterizations of irate, and the witness is speculating at this point. The witness doesn't
Overruled.
know.
I'll allow it. Pose another question, please, Ms. Akers.
Yes,
I know, Patricia, right? I'm not even going to lie. I've said this before. I don't know if I've ever said this to you guys, but I've said before, this is so silly. This is such a silly thought. But back whenever I had, back before I had kids, and I worked like an outside of the house job, I remember thinking when I would leave the house in the wintertime and I'd have to get out in the cold, like I would be walking out the door and see the dog and be like, oh, how I wish I was a dog today. I would love to be a dog. Just sit there and get my belly rubbed, be fed treats, you know. Um, how are you, Laura? It's getting juicy, right? This is getting spicy. Or a cat. Yes, 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 yes. Or a cat. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Right, Margaret? All the floofy beds and blankets Puppy has, he has it pretty bad around here, too. Wow. Wow. Um, yeah, this is getting juicy, okay? Now we're getting to we're an alpaca. Oh my God. Because alpacas are cute. Hmm. Right, Laura? These cats sleep with better stuff than I do. Oh my God, Michelle. Wow. She says, I would hate to admit our monthly dog budget. It's as much as our groceries. Lord have mercy. This is getting juicy. So I need to hear more about this fake person or whatever they're trying to say about this person. And now the somebody having to calm Michael down at the bank. Is it a situation where he thinks it's on the up and up and everything looks like it's on the up and up, but underneath it's really not? I mean, obviously we know it's not, right? She's in federal prison currently serving time for fraud. But Chris won't let you have an alpaca. Daggone it. My husband has determined, and we've said this for the last few years, that we want chickens, but he went to the grocery store a couple days ago and he's like, that's it. This summer we're getting chickens. I'm like, why? And he's like, eggs are like $5 a dozen for plain old eggs. Plain old eggs. So, and we go through a lot of eggs. We have a really nice lady though that gives us fresh like free range eggs or whatever. Prettiest brown eggs you ever seen. Anyway, but we only get like maybe a carton of them like once every couple of weeks. Need to get a cow too. Yeah. Chickens do smell. Yeah. They do, Michelle. Yeah. Yeah. They don't smell as bad as pigs, though. I could never live near a pig farm. No. And cow manure doesn't, but I grew up in the country. I'm used to animal smells. Cow and horse manure doesn't bother me in the least. Pig, on the other hand, that's a big fat no. Nope. Gina said I was thinking the same thing after buying eggs yesterday. They're so expensive. Milk isn't too bad right now, I don't think, for here. But, God, eggs are just... Okay, let's get back to it. We could keep on talking about that kind of stuff till the cows come home. Till the chickens come home. $6 a gallon? Lord have mercy. Ours is probably about half that, I think. Maybe not quite half. No, you don't want either on your .75 acre lot. Oh, well, you do shop at Publix. Okay, well, how much is it at like Walmart? And I buy the store brand. I don't buy the like name brand or of milk, that is, or milk products, really. Any milk products. I buy mostly the store brand. But oh, $6 a gallon for lactate. You're bougie and buy Horizon. Okay, well there you go. Okay. All right, here we go. We'll get back to it. We'll get back to it.
Through your investigation, what was your understanding of the status of the Bank of America account?
Yeah,
as of the
things just
morning of
kept going
February
up and up
6th?
and up.
That it was zero balance and that there was no uh, information to suggest that any funding or funds were going to be coming into that account in the future.
And the Cochrans were going to do some work on that account that morning, right?
That is my understanding from what I learned from this investigation, yes.
We've heard a lot of talk about Michael allegedly using supplements and possibly even steroids. Did you ever locate any evidence to confirm steroid use?
No, it did not.
And we previously introduced a bottle with the FBI labeled enclomiphene citrate. Where did you receive that bottle from?
I recovered that bottle from the residence of Edward and Donna Bolt. Mrs. Bolt is Michael Cochran's mother, and Edward Bolt is his stepfather.
And did the Bolts tell you where they got that bottle from?
Yes, they told me that they were provided that bottle by the defendant after Michael Cochran's death.
Do you have any reason to believe that Michael was suffering from any sort of major medical event leading up to February 6th?
Oh, that calls for medical conclusion. He's not entitled to make that opinion.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw it, Your Honor. From your understanding, what was the general health status of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran the morning of February 6th?
Through the investigation, I learned that the defendant was possibly ill that morning and had sought treatment at the Access.
Why don't the court give me a continuing objection to any of this?
I think that would be appropriate. The court will afford the defense a running objection to all of this testimony, but I'll permit it. I'll preserve the defense exceptions in full. You may continue now, Lieutenant, but
Could you ask me that question again, please?
Sure. What was your understanding of the general health status of both Mr. and Mrs. Cochran the morning of February 6th?
Again, my understanding of the condition of Michael Cochran and the defendant that morning is based upon what I learned through this investigation, that the defendant was apparently ill that morning and had went to Access Health Clinic to seek medical treatment. And initially that morning, from the information that I reviewed, Michael Cochran appeared to be well, but the information also indicates and supports that over the course of the morning, his physical condition deteriorated.
Did the defendant go to the doctor that morning?
Yes.
Are you aware if Michael went to the doctor that day?
No.
Or that morning, I should say.
No.
Through your investigation, especially of the defendant's phone, did you determine if any medications were received that day?
Yes. It indicated that the defendant was given a shot of promethazine, I believe, and possibly promethazine tablets, which was significant when I saw that.
Why was that significant to you?
I'm going to object to that on the other grounds. He's not a medical expert, he cannot testify to it.
Your Honor, there's no indication that he's testifying to medical expertise until we have his answer.
Well, we don't know what his answer might be, so I'll allow it, and we'll test the waters.
Why was that significant to you?
It was significant because through this investigation, I'd learned that Michael Cochran had was documented to have a severe allergy to promethazine.
What were the Cochrans supposed to do that morning?
It's my understanding through the review of the information in this investigation that the Cochrans had initially scheduled a flight to fly to Virginia, but that flight had been canceled early in the morning on February the 6th.
And why was that flight canceled?
It was my understanding that the flight was canceled due to the defendant's illness.
Were both the defendant and Mr. Cochran home that entire morning?
Not initially, no. They had both been out doing different things at some point that morning.
Where did Michael go?
He had went to Starbucks that morning.
And then he returned home?
Yes, that's my understanding.
What were the Cochrans supposed to do when they took their flight that morning?
That was my understanding. They were supposed to meet with Mr. Nexon at the Bank of America.
And we previously heard Jennifer Davis testify that she had insulin sent to the defendant's home. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Why is that important to you?
Well, it's important for a number of reasons. Through the investigation, throughout the investigation, I had not come across any information that anyone in the Cochran residence was diabetic. Also, in an interview that I had conducted with the defendant, she had informed me that Michael Cochran was allegedly using insulin as part of his bodybuilding regimen. And the fact that she had been to Access Health that very morning, and I'm sure could have requested insulin there.
Judge, please, I'm going to object to all of this speculation and all of this commentary on what my client could have, should have done. Please, would you instruct the jury to disregard this
Yes,
nonsense?
the jury is instructed to regard the last part of this witness's response, please.
Do you recall why the defendant needed the insulin that morning?
As I recall from the text messages with Jennifer Davis, it was something to do with some type of medical treatment that she was supposed to be undergoing.
What was that medical treatment for?
I believe it was something related to cancer treatment.
And throughout the entire course of your investigation, did you ever uncover any evidence that the defendant had cancer?
No.
What did you determine happened next that morning in the Cochran household?
At some point, Mr. Cochran suffered a sudden illness, and to the point that he had collapsed in the home.
I object to this, Your Honor, to the display of this inflammatory picture. The witness doesn't know anything about position of the body or the location of the body when this act allegedly happened. I object to it.
I haven't asked him those questions, Your Honor, and I wasn't planning to. I actually would like to know if the witness is familiar with this photograph and who took it.
All right, I'll permit that. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, I am familiar with this photograph, and
I object to the word unfortunately. I'm not trying to be difficult, but I object to any commentary by this officer.
All right, just answer the question, please, Lieutenant Bledsoe.
yes, I'm familiar with that photograph. It was taken by the defendant.
And how do you know it was taken by the defendant?
It was recovered from her cell phone.
Is it your understanding that at that time she was the only other person in the residence besides Michael?
Yes.
And you spoke with the defendant several times, is that correct?
That's correct.
What did she tell you happened to Michael that day?
She provided contradictory information about what had happened over the course of 3 separate
Judge,
conversations.
may we approach on this?
Sure.
I objected to the word contradictory, and I will ask the court to, or contradictory statements, and I'll ask the court to instruct the jury to disregard that statement.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please disregard the witness's last statement pertaining to contradictory statements.
You interviewed the defendant on 3 different occasions, is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have any recollection of the dates of those interviews?
Yes, I believe the first interview took place on or about April the 8th of 2019. The second interview was on or about May 7th of 2019, and the third was on the following day, May the 8th, 2019.
And did anyone accompany the defendant at any of those interviews?
The first interview was actually done in person with the defendant, and yes, her mother was present. The second and third interviews were done by telephone.
During the first interview, did the defendant tell you or give you her recollection of what happened to Michael the morning of February 6th?
Yes.
Could you elaborate?
Yes. She said that, as I stated earlier, they were in the residence together, and that Mr. Cochran had suddenly went into the kitchen, and she had heard a noise in there. I think she said it was a thud. She gave the time reference in that interview of 10 a.m. that morning. She went into the kitchen, and Mr. Cochran was in the floor, and that she had discovered a bottle of enclomiphene citrate on the kitchen counter when she went into the kitchen.
And did she also provide a recollection of events of February 6th during your second interview?
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that for us?
Yes. At that time, she said that the morning of February 6th, that when she and Michael returned home, that they had sat together for approximately an hour, and that Michael Cochran was doing the best that he had ever done in his life, and that not long after that, he had went into the kitchen, threw up in the sink, and fell and hit his head on the granite countertop and ended up in the floor.
And did she tell you where in the house they were prior to Michael getting up and getting sick?
I believe they were she told me they were in the living room area. And also in that interview, I recall that she stated that she had recovered the bottle of enclomiphene citrate hidden in a cabinet instead of sitting on the kitchen counter as she previously stated.
And lastly, what was her recollection of events of the morning of February 6th during your third interview with Mrs. Cochran?
During that interview, she indicated that, again, they had gone separate ways that morning and had returned home. And
Laura, it's usually, Laura says, when does, I assume you mean why, does the defendant approach? If you do mean when, let me know. But it's usually, that's not very common. You don't see that very often. But it's been something that they've allowed for this one. I don't know why. Yeah. Never seen that before. Yeah, it's not very common.
that upon returning home, Mr. Cochran had been sleeping on the couch for approximately 45 minutes to an hour. And that when he awoke shortly after that, he went into the kitchen and had collapsed. And also she introduced that in that interview that Michael Cochran was allegedly using insulin as part of a bodybuilding regimen, and that he readily kept insulin and needles in the home for the purpose of using that in his bodybuilding. I asked her if she had ever injected Michael as part of that to assist him. She indicated that she had not, that he injected himself. And I asked her if he had a common injection site that he preferred to use. And she listed or recited different areas on the body. But the one that stood out to me was, she said his back, or in the back. And that just seemed odd to me.
Now, we know that Michael passed away shortly after that. After he passed away, did TSG continue to operate?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Through investigation and collection of records and interviewing of witnesses, the business continued, and the defendant continued to try to solicit investors to come into the business. I believe additional investor or two did come into the business.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. This is post-murder, supposedly. That is irrelevant to this trial.
Your Honor, it's relevant because it proves that Mrs. Cochran was the one that was running the business, not Michael.
Objections overruled.
In addition to that, the defendant had also went to several local high schools in Raleigh County because it was nearing graduation season, and that she had attempted to present scholarships to students who were graduating. And
Judge, I'm going to object to it now. Now we're retrying
Oh my
the financial
goodness.
case again.
Your Honor, my answer
This
is
has
the same.
nothing to do with what may have happened months before, or weeks before, or months before.
Did you care to respond, Ms. Akron?
Your Honor, my response would still be that this is simply being offered as proof that Michael Cochran was not the one that was running this business. And that is our motive for the defendant killing him.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, but we have never objected to the fact that, that my client was part owner of the business. So, and now the alleged victim is dead. So, business is being run by whoever is left in this business. And so I object on the relevancy of all of that information to the trial at hand.
I'll preserve your objection, but for the reasons stated by the state, I'm going to allow it. The objection's overruled.
She had presented those scholarships,
Gina.
which turned out to be worthless. And then, in addition to that, she continued to provide the same excuses to investors that.
I'm going to object to this editorializing, the constant editorializing by this witness.
Your Honor, we can move on.
What something is
I'll sustain this objection.
There's a federal
'Cause it's a
magistrate that
murder
issued a
trial.
search warrant for the Cochran residence in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
Were you the affiant on that?
I was.
Did you participate in the search of the defendant's home?
I did.
And after the search occurred, did you review the property receipt for that search with the defendant?
I did.
Are there any corrections that you want to make to that property receipt?
Yes, there was one that I noticed in the days following the search warrant while reviewing the documents and things related to the search. I realized that one item had not been properly documented on the property receipt. It had been properly identified and photographed during the execution of the search warrant.
Yeah, okay. So Donnie says it feels kind of odd. I'm getting confused between the fraud and the murder. So they keep bringing up the fraud part of it because the prosecution is using that as their motive. Because Michael, the victim, the husband, they are saying, yes, yes, Donnie, the fraud is the motive. Because they are alleging that he didn't know anything. Oh, that's my 12:55 timer because kiddo has her virtual math class in 5 minutes. But they are alleging that Michael didn't know about any of the fraud. That he thought it was a legit business. And when he started questioning things happening, that's when she, poisoned him. Right, Gina? Seems like the defense attorney wouldn't say that, but maybe he was being sarcastic. I mean, I've heard him say that a few times. Maybe he should say the alleged murder. But, yeah. And her attorney keeps standing up saying, this has nothing to do with, this is the money laundering, this is the fraud, this is the blah, 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 Ponzi scheme. But that's why they keep bringing it up, is to show that Michael did or did not, whether Michael did or did not know. Right? Now, on the Ponzi scheme, on the fraud stuff, she was found guilty. I don't know when that happened, when that, trial, or if she pled out to it, or what, I don't know. But she was found guilty of the fraud stuff, federal charges, and she's serving time currently in a federal prison for that. Now, this trial is only for her husband's death. So, but it is, they are saying the motive. Okay. So, side note, I got 3 minutes to get her in here in front of the computer and stuff. So, I'm going to let this continue to roll. And I will be back at around 1:30-ish in about a half an hour. But I will be in, I'll try to catch any like breaks or sidebars or whatever and skip through it. But yeah, I'll see you guys back in a few minutes, or in, around 30 minutes, give or take.
And packaged and taken from the scene, but it was not listed by the agent who was completing the inventory at the scene. It was
What procedure did you follow in reviewing the property receipt with the defendant?
at the conclusion of the search warrant, I asked the defendant to join me in the kitchen area at the table so I could go over the property receipts with her. There were 4 of them, and explain to her what exactly they were and that those were her copies. I believe her mother was present for that as well. And got the document out, and for the property receipt for the home that we were in. And when I identified that, the defendant immediately began going through the pages. There's multiple pages to that document. And she stopped and identified an item with her finger and said, "This right here, this bottle of insulin, I keep this here at my home for a neighbor's child who's diabetic." And I said, "Okay, thank you for that information." And we concluded the search warrant and left.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time, and I would ask that states 22 through 27 be admitted into evidence.
All right, are there any defense objections to states exhibits 22 through 27?
No, Your Honor.
States 22 through 27 will all be admitted into evidence. Members of the jury, it's 12 o'clock noon, and that's a perfect time for us to take our break. We will do so, our luncheon recess. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not view any portrayals of this case online, on television, or in the newspaper. Please do not listen to anything on the radio. With that constant admonition, just like a parrot, I will release you for your lunch break and be back in your room about 1:15 if you could. We'll start up at 1:15. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room. Lieutenant Bledsoe, this is called splitting the witness, and you're probably familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
And as you well know, it would be improper for you to discuss familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
And as you well know, it would be improper post cross-examination with any attorney, particularly your own or anybody else. Other than that, you're free to take your lunch and move about as you wish.
Yes, sir.
All right, is there anything else we need to discuss before we take our lunch break?
Your Honor, we had anticipated beginning our presentation of witnesses at approximately 1 o'clock. I would like permission to contact our first witness and have her come in about 2:30 instead of 1. It appears the cross-examination will be extensive.
Okay. You think 2:30 would be appropriate? Maybe we'd be talking more about 4:30.
Or tomorrow.
Or tomorrow.
I'm the one who crosses out.
That's true. All right. As you will, whatever you think would be the best thing to do is certainly agreeable with the court.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just didn't want to delay the proceedings.
Okay. All right, we'll start back up at 1:15.
Hey. They finished a little quick. They finished a little quicker than they normally do. So, yeah. I don't know if they're normally good about, in the courthouse, if they're good about coming back on time when they say they're going to be back. So, yeah, I don't know. Donnie's going to feed her fake alpacas. Her imaginary. Donnie has imaginary alpacas. You guys, I'm about out of coffee. I'm going to have to go make me a cup of coffee. That was pretty much my last sup. All right. What did I miss there at the end? Because I had the volume turned down. Did I miss anything good? Did I miss anything good? I don't know if I missed anything good or not. Nope, nothing, huh, Henny? Henny said nope. Well, hopefully they'll come back soon. Side note, have you guys been seeing all the news lately since yesterday about Delphi? Lawyer Lee, who is actually attending this trial that we're watching, the Natalie Cochran trial. Lawyer Lee went live yesterday, a couple different streams, with some information. There was a lot of documents that dropped yesterday in the Richard Allen Delphi situation from the defense. And there's some stuff happening. Kiddo's mad about something. I don't know what. You watched her yesterday, Gail? It was good, right? So there's something off with the timing of the white van being seen. Oh, I hear audio. And secondly, there's more information being brought out about Ron Logan's alleged confession to a jailmate. Now, Ron Logan, he was the older man whose property the girls were found on, but he was supposed to have been questioned and interviewed and all that, and they said he was not the guy. I've never believed that. Well, I won't say I've never believed it. I have never, I've never fully believed that he was not part of it or something. So, yeah. So that's very interesting. Very interesting. But he has since passed away.
All right, are there any
So-
matters that we need to discuss at this time
I don't know.
out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor, there was a witness the defense proposes to call. It was not on their witness list. We've had an informal discussion as to the substance of her testimony, and we'll just proceed with that.
So
But it's
no-
not on the defense witness list.
No problem.
No problem.
Okay, good. Anything from the defense? Very well. Bring in the jury bailiff.
It was suggested by the prosecutor that perhaps
Kiddo is being so
could
loud today.
somehow make a statement to the jury that we were doing the best we could. If we had delays, it was not intentional, something along those lines.
And that would apply to both sides. The court made a comment that the jury is concerned about the pace and.
Oh, okay.
But in fairness, I think everybody's tried to get
Yeah.
witnesses here. It's just not as easy as it sometimes looks.
Okay.
Well, it would help if you didn't have to sit for 25 days to get your witnesses on Zoom calls, especially when you're coming out of an hour and a half lunch break. I mean, what were you doing?
Yes, sir, if you don't mind.
I mean, were you sitting there in your car, like with your bag open, your Big Mac box open, squirting the ketchup into the one side of the box to dip your fries in the whole time? I mean, what were you doing? Hey, Cherie. Good to see you, honey. I'd like to be dipping some McDonald's French fries into some ketchup. But I also don't have a trial that I'm sitting here trying to get through. I mean, I do. I'm watching it, but I'm not the attorney, the prosecutor. They also said something about today that they would have an underage witness on the stand. I'm assuming that's another. I don't know how many kids Natalie and Michael have. And it can't be the kid who was diabetic that was the neighbor, because the dad just said yesterday that he was 19. So I don't know.
Members of the jury, as you've seen over the course of this trial, we've had some technical difficulties. Happily, we don't have any now. We're ready to go forward. But I just wanted to explain to you further that in terms of modern technology, I'm a dinosaur. I know very little about it, and I rely upon others to make my way for me. Please do not hold it against the attorneys. Both sides have been working as hard as they can to get everything straightened out. We just have outdated equipment in this courtroom. Believe it or not, the equipment was installed in 2010 and 2011, which in modern day's time makes it obsolete. And not only that, it's worn out because we use it quite a bit. If you can hold it against me, and I've got broad shoulders and I don't really care, but please don't hold it against either of the attorney sides, because they're truly working as hard as they can to present this case to you in the most efficient and streamlined manner. With that, we will continue, and I believe we are down to the cross-examination of Lieutenant Bledsoe, Mr. Victor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bledsoe, first of all, I'm going to ask you whether you yourself lost any money or assets by the Ponzi scheme of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran.
No, I did not.
Okay. So you have no personal interest, financial interest in this case whatsoever?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, I will start with a couple of questions that the prosecution asked you. And if I may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
You were asked, I'm gonna hand the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 1. And you recognize that document? That exhibit.
Yes, I do.
Now, in response to the state's question about who appears on that document, you responded that only the defendant, Natalie Cochran, appears on that document, right?
As the defendant in the case, yes.
And that document is actually the judgment in federal criminal trial against Natalie Cochran.
Yes, that's what it says.
And you made some comments about Michael Cochran not being involved in that federal trial, right?
Yes,
In the context of this document.
correct.
Well, that document was entered in 2021, right?
Yes,
Is it true that Natalie Cochran was indicted on September 25th, 2021? No, I'm sorry, 2019.
that sounds accurate,
That
yes.
sounds right.
Let me interrupt and ask Mr. Selden if we need to call Dr. Banerjee. She's not on the line now. We disconnected her during lunch.
No, Your Honor, I sent her a text message and she's not intending to listen to testimony.
All right, and I apologize, Mr. Victor. Please continue.
So, it shouldn't surprise you, Mr. Bledsoe, that Mr. Cochran's name is nowhere there. He's been dead for half a year. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
So, if you say that his name didn't appear in this context of this federal indictment and judgment against Natalie Cochran, the federal government had absolutely no reason to indict a dead person, right?
That's correct.
And no reason to prosecute a dead person, right?
Yes.
But if you look at the page I don't know, there's, if I may indicate to you, there's a forfeiture proceeding there, isn't there?
I'll have to see it.
Yeah.
To make sure.
Let me show you. Oh, page. Page 14 of the State's Exhibit 1, there is a page dealing with the forfeiture of the assets of the defendant, right?
It appears that way, yes.
But those assets are the same assets that Mr. and Mrs. and Mr. Cochran had together, right?
It appears so, yes.
Okay, if I may retrieve the exhibit. And would it be fair to say, Mr. Bledsoe, that the federal government, from the inception of this case, oh, by the way, let me ask this, try it. I take it from your testimony on direct that you were the officer in charge of the murder investigation, right?
No, I don't think that's accurate.
Now, who was above you? Who ran this investigation?
It was a joint investigation.
Well, you weren't some kind of underling, were you? You were on top of it.
Yes, Mr. Heisman and myself, along with the United States Secret Service.
Secret Service, okay? Well, are we to assume that you know, or you should know, as one of the leading officers of this case, all the aspect of this murder investigation? At least you should.
Yeah, I think that's a accurate statement. I feel like I know the information well.
Okay, all right. So, in fact, the federal government had a lot of interest in this case from the standpoint of the monetary losses that the investors sustained in the Ponzi scheme case, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when this case started, you applied for a search warrant of the defendant's property, right?
No, that's, excuse me, that's not correct.
Well, did you ever apply for any type of search of any property that belonged to the businesses of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran?
Yes.
What was that application for?
For a federal search warrant.
For a federal search warrant. And in that federal search warrant, isn't it true that, because we're now back to that business of Michael knowing or not knowing what was going on, isn't it true that you listed Mr. Cochran, first of all, as a partner in both corporations, or both businesses?
Yes.
You listed them, okay? And in fact, you stated in the application for that search warrant that they were partners, owners, and, well, in fact, both of them, and operated Technology Management Solution and Tactical Solution Group. Did you say that?
Are you reading that directly from the search warrant?
Not from your application.
Yes, if it's in my application, then yes.
And then Michael Cochran was involved in work involving computers, network, and information technology for that company, right?
Again, if that's coming from the application, then yes, I would agree with that.
All right. So he knew, according to you, the daily operations of that business, right? Or both businesses, for that matter.
I didn't quite understand your question.
Well, if he participated in the operation of the business and knew everything about the computers and worked on the computers, well, let's strike that. A lot of that business was done online, wasn't it? Of the groups.
Which
The companies.
Which business? There were two businesses.
Well, two businesses. Both of them did a lot of business online, right?
I don't know that I would characterize it as a lot, but they clearly did business electronically, is how I would describe it.
And you testified that Michael was actually working as a computer specialist, right?
Yes.
So, isn't it true that he did a lot of business online for both of these companies?
I don't know the answer to that one.
You don't know how to answer that one. Okay? Then, you know that Michael and Natalie were signatories to their bank statements, right?
Yes.
And both of them had the accounts in First Community Bank, right?
I'm not sure exactly which account you're referring to, but
Oh, let's say First Community Bank business account number, 4 last digit 4272, opened on July 1st, 2013. Authorized signers being Michael B. Cochran and Natalie Cochran, whose address is blah blah blah. Well, they were both on the account of the business, right?
if you're referring to something from 2013, from memory, I can't
No,
recall
that's.
seeing that.
Well, let me show you this document. Is this your application for a search warrant, sir? The last page, it has place where you can sign. This is the document we received from.
Yes, it is.
All right, so look at that page, look at these accounts. Who are the owners of these accounts?
You want a specific account?
Yeah, let's go down the list. Let's see what we can find out.
You want me to read them off?
Well, let's see the first bank.
First Community Bank, signers being Michael B. Cochran and Natalie P. Cochran.
Okay, and what's the account number on it? Last 4 digits.
0715.
Okay, the second account.
4274.
What bank is that?
First Community Bank.
Okay, is there any other bank?
Not until the next paragraph, no, sir.
Well, let's go to the next paragraph then. What's that bank?
First Community Bank.
Okay, so that's another account where they are both owners of the account?
Yes.
All right, what's the next one?
City National Bank.
And these are all, by the way, the accounts for the business, right? Or the businesses. These are not some separate personal accounts, are they?
Yes, some of them designate that they are connected to a business, and then some just appear to be personal.
Okay. May I? First Community Bank, there was a personal account. But account number 4274 is Technology Management Solution. That's the account for the business, isn't it?
I don't know exactly what that was for, but it's what it, on that document, that business name does appear in that paragraph, yes.
This is a business account for the TMS, right? Yes or no?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And then we have City National Bank, business account, 9705, Technology Management Solution, opened in February of 2018. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran. That sounds like a business account, right?
Yes, it does.
City National Bank, account number 3517, Tactical Solution Group LLC. Open September 27th. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran, whose address is, etc., etc. That appears to be a bank account, right?
Correct.
Okay. Branch Banking and Trust, BB&T. Finally, I know what that stands for. BB&T, 1402 account number for Tactical Solution Group, opened September 26, 2018. Authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran.
Correct.
That's a business account.
Yes.
Both of them, right?
Yes.
Another BB&T 1410. Technology Management Solution, DBA TMS, opened September 26th, 2018 authorized signers being Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran. That appears to be a business account, right?
Yes.
Then Morgan Chase Bank, 8236 account number for Tactical Solution Group, LLC, DBA, doing business as TSG. Open December 19, 2018. Authorized signers, again, Natalie Cochran and Michael Cochran. That seems to be another banking account. I mean, a business account
Yes.
for both of them.
Correct.
All right. And Michael Cochran actually had access to all of these accounts, right?
Based on that information, I would think so, yes.
Well, you were here all throughout the testimony. You saw the exhibits. Where Michael Cochran signed all these checks, right?
Yes.
For all of the employees and all of the people who rendered services on his behalf, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Then in your petition for search warrant, you stated that during the Cochran's outwardly lavish lifestyle, Cochran's plural, houses, vehicles, philanthropic activities increased and became noticeable by friends, family, and the local community. You state the Cochrans were active in community sports, acting as coaches, teams, volunteers, board members, and the Cochrans would supply uniforms, equipment, supplies for the Little League teams, etc., etc. Both of them, right?
That's coming directly from the application.
There you go.
Then yes, that's correct.
Well, so they had a lavish lifestyle. We'll come back to that. January 2018, the Cochrans purchased a commercial building together, right? For $66,000.
Yes.
Where did that money come from?
That money came from investments.
Investments, all right? And then they purchased another, they purchased three buildings total, right? For which the money came from, two buildings, for which the money came from the investments, right?
I don't recall exactly how many, sir.
Okay. And then investors gave him between December 7, 2017 and March 2018, $230,000. Is that true?
Yes.
And you claim through your testimony that they used the money for the lifestyle. Both of them.
That's
right?
what the money at that time was being used for.
That's right. Now, you also state that the Cochrans claimed to have sold such high volume of firearms to the government that their firearm supplies and manufacturers rewarded them with the discounts up to 75% for Glock, Kimber, Ruger, Smith & Wesson. And the Cochrans never sold a gun to anybody or a firearm, right?
No, I don't believe that's correct.
Well, they sold some, but
Yes.
certainly not the volume that they
Lord
claim,
have mercy.
right?
No, we knew that they didn't sell that volume.
Okay. And would you agree with me, sir, that Natalie Cochran knew absolutely nothing about firearms or weapons in your thorough investigation of this case?
Objection, Your Honor, that calls for speculation. You can't speak to what the defendant did or did not know.
Oh, the whole case is about what the defendant knew.
I'll allow it. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Could you repeat that, sir?
Well, Natalie Cochran did not ever talk to you, or you have no evidence that she knew anything about armor, weapons, guns, firearms, military outfits. She didn't know anything about it.
That's not correct.
No, she knew intimately what the firearms were like, what she was dealing with, what she was selling. She knew that. Is that your testimony here today?
I wouldn't characterize it as how intimately or whatever the words you used, but no, that's not accurate. She did have some knowledge of firearms and trying to negotiate firearms sales with the local police department.
Okay. But Michael was the man. He knew about the firearms. He knew about the tactical gear, right?
I don't know that. I never
No?
spoke to him about that.
Well, he was enamored with firearms, with weapons. True?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know that. Well, in the thorough investigation of this case, did you ever learn that Michael was indeed involved in the firearm business?
The information that I saw was that the defendant was trying to negotiate a sale of firearms with the Raleigh County Sheriff's Department, and there was information also that she was trying to negotiate a deal for a firearms sale with the West Virginia State Police, which was completely fictitious.
And Michael knew nothing about it. He who handles firearms, who made his, well, did you know that he was proud and advised everybody to watch the movie called Warlords about the firearms deals. That was one of his favorite movies. Did you know that?
Yes, I believe the name of the movie is actually War Dogs.
War Dogs.
That was
Oh,
brought
I'm sorry.
to, that was brought to
Not
my attention during the investigation.
up on my cinematographic gems, but that was something that Michael really loved because he was enamored with firearms, and that's what he tried to establish his business in, right?
I can't answer that.
Can't answer that. Now, licenses, were they applied to both of the defendants? Licenses for the business licenses, were they in the name of Michael Cochran? Well, you investigated this case.
I'm trying to figure out which business you're referring
Well, any
to.
business licenses, were they ever signed or issued to Mr. Cochran?
I can't recall that from memory. If you have something you're referring to that I could view.
And I'm just asking you whether you recall.
No, I can't recall that from memory.
Now, is it true that at some point Mr. Cochran commingled or participated in commingling the personal accounts and the business accounts?
I can't say that he did or he didn't.
Well, in paragraph 71 for your application for the warrant, the Cochrans commingled their day-to-day and personal expenditures in all of their business accounts.
Then
You
yes.
said that.
Okay, yes.
So they commingled the accounts, so they wouldn't even know what is theirs, what is the business's. What is the investor's money, what is theirs, right?
I don't know if that's a fair assessment of that information.
Well, but if they commingle their funds, well, then one day when Mr. Cochran wants to pay for his, shall we say, lunch, and wants to pay by check, which is kind of outmoded today, but wants to pay by check, he doesn't know whether he's paying actually with the money from the investors or whether he's paying with his own money. Or does he know?
No, I wouldn't know how he would know which money it is.
Well, let's say that's the money that he received, let's say, from his parents for $44,000. And he puts it in his personal account or the commingled account. Wouldn't he know that that money is from the investors, i.e. his parents, and he cannot touch it because it should be in a separate account?
No, that money was given to the company for investments into government contracts through the Tactical Solutions Group business or the Technology Management Solutions business.
So how many times did Mr. Cochran actually receive the money from the investors himself? Here comes Johnny investor and says, Michael, here's a check I'm gonna give you for the investment. How many times did something like that happen?
Again, I can't recall that from memory, sir.
Well, you don't know. All right, you cannot recall. And would it, I'm looking at that form that you signed to, and the expenditure of that TMS or whatever, the two businesses is over $1,100,000 plus, $1,123,517.07 for all kinds of things. For the Toyota, that was their car. For getting some cash. Polaris. Horse trailer. Earrings. Easy loader. Heating and cooling. These are the expenses that the TMS incurred over the years, and those were the expenses that you yourself claim came out of the illegal proceeds, right?
It came out of the business accounts.
Business accounts that they both controlled, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, when the federal government finally looked at the harvest of your hard work, the federal government claimed that both of the defendants enjoyed the proceeds of the account, right? Or accounts. True?
Yes.
Yes. And then just happened that while the federal government was ready to indict them both in September of 2019, Mr. Cochran unexpectedly died, right?
That's not correct.
No? All right, you've been involved in federal investigation of the cases, sir, haven't you?
Of other cases?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're telling this jury that if there is ever a couple, husband and wife, who are cheating on taxes, let's say, or who are involved in some, money laundering or some other financial scheme, you are telling us that from your experience, that the federal government would only investigate one and not the other? Is that your understanding of the federal investigation, sir?
It would depend upon the evidence that was set forth in each investigation. I've seen it go both directions.
You have seen the cases where the couples, married couples, are investigated individually? You really have?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
I've conducted those myself.
And in fact, The federal government, you have no evidence to suggest, sir, that the federal government would not have indicted Mr. Cochran had he not been dead by September 25th of 2019.
No, I don't believe that he would have.
He would not have been indicted. Even though the federal government was looking at all of his property that he enjoyed and had at his disposal and purchased with the proceeds of illegal transactions. You do not believe that he would have been charged with these offenses?
No, but I don't believe that there was evidence to support that.
No, just to the contrary. Would you agree with me that, as we have already heard in this court, this couple lived a lifestyle of the rich and famous? They had purchases amounting to literally a couple of $1 million, right?
I would say that's fairly accurate, yes.
And that couple had purchases that were not some piddly little items, you know. When Mr. Cochran was buying Natalie a ring, he didn't buy a $500 ring. He bought a $14,000 ring, right?
I actually don't know who purchased the ring or a
Okay.
ring.
When he bought the real property, it wasn't some ramshackle affair somewhere in some holler somewhere. It was a big time property.
Actually, he wasn't able to complete transactions on property that he was trying to purchase because he couldn't complete the sale because the money was not available to do that. And he believed that it was.
I see. But he managed somehow to get himself a couple of motorcycles, well, several motorcycles, a couple of cars, including the antiques. He was somehow able to remodel his, $300,000 house, right? He was able to do all of this financially from his income that we still cannot determine.
He believed his income was coming from the proceeds of the legitimate business that he believed he operated, doing government contracts and receiving payment back from the government based on those contracts, which was not true.
And of course, you're in his head and you know what he was thinking. That's your testimony?
No, sir, I'm not saying that.
Now, the federal government didn't take kindly to any of this, and the federal government asked for the forfeiture of all of that property, didn't it?
Yes.
And for that matter, the federal government asked for the forfeiture of assets. Well, let's start with the well, let's start with $523,343, and no, I'm sorry, it's the assets 523, 343, 361. What is it? $523 million?
That doesn't sound accurate. I'm
Well-
not sure what you're referring to.
Well, I'll show you the forfeiture
Yes.
that the federal government filed against the Cochran. Can I approach?
Yes, you may.
I always suck in mouth. But would you please read this? The Cochrans listed their assets as how much?
Yes. I'm sorry. Listed as $522,091,571, and that is the That was not true.
I didn't ask you whether it was true. It's in the federal forfeiture proceedings.
Yes.
And it was signed by the assistant U.S. attorney. You think she made it up?
No.
somehow?
No.
Well, so they listed assets to the tune of $500 billion with a B, like boy, $1 billion.
Yes.
Let's say, Mr. Bledsoe, that I'm coming home and my wife tells me, well, our assets are $500 million today. Shouldn't I be surprised?
Yes, I would be surprised and
So
question it.
Mr. Cochran looks at these assets that are listed. We have $500 million in assets. What the heck are we doing in West Virginia? We should be somewhere, I don't know, in Monte Carlo, some other place. $500 million, sir. And he didn't know about all these assets?
I don't know if he listed that or not. This document was filed in July of 2019 after Mr. Cochran's death.
Well, these assets, these $500 million, didn't. You know the saying, Rome wasn't built in one day. That $523 million did not grow in the bank or wherever it was in one day, right?
No, that information came from documentation that the defendant had tried to use as part of the federal indictment in which he was charged.
Well, as we agreed before, my gal was a pretty bad girl, right? My client here, she was a fraud, right?
I'm not here to judge anyone, sir.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you a couple of questions in regard to your testimony here today. You said that you were surprised. You found it odd when my client told you that her husband used to inject himself with insulin, right?
Yes,
Especially that it was in the back, right?
that's correct.
And you found the word back somewhat objectionable, right? You found it odd.
Yes, it didn't seem like something that I expected to hear.
Or maybe she was just trying to be polite. Maybe she didn't want to use the word hip or leg, or maybe a good old word butt, or maybe, for that matter, the word that starts with an A and has 3 letters in it. Maybe she was just trying to be polite. And she said, well, it was in the back.
That's what she said, yes.
Yeah. That did not really seem odd to you, did it? It
Yeah.
didn't.
Yeah.
It didn't seem odd that it seemed odd that he would inject himself with insulin?
It seemed odd to me, yes, because he was not a diabetic that I was aware of, and I had never heard of anyone injecting themselves with insulin for workout or
Never.
bodybuilding purposes. No, sir, I'd never heard.
Never. Okay. All right. Fair enough. You testified on the record here that you found it suspicious that my client and Michael, did not go to the meeting with that fine banker that just testified here a couple of days ago. You found it odd.
I'm not sure I understand your
Well,
question.
they were supposed to go and meet the banker, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
But they didn't because Natalie was sick.
That's correct.
That's correct. And, well, would it surprise you if you knew that the account wasn't even open? There was nothing to discuss about the account.
That wouldn't surprise me one bit.
And for that matter, do you have any idea that Natalie went to the doctor not on the day when Mr. Cochran collapsed in his home, but the day before. Did you know that?
Yes, she went on the 5th and the 6th.
So she went there on the 5th and on the 6th. And she complained about all kinds of problems, bad enough for the doctor to give her a shot and give her medication, right?
I think that's accurate, yes.
Okay. So all of these shenanigans which you accuse her of, including not being able to go
he say
to meet the banker in
shenanigans?
Virginia and all of that, can be simply explained by the fact that she was ill or sick, and the doctor who gave her the medication pretty much told her to stay in bed. And she was really genuinely ill or genuinely sick. Wouldn't that be a fair explanation, sir?
I don't know what the physician may have told her. I know that Mr. Cochran was trying to continue that trip without her, along with Mr. Davis if
This
necessary.
attorney gives me
And for that matter,
hives.
did you know that Mr. Cochran,
Like, I feel like I need a good hefty dose of antihistamine because he's giving me hives, man. He makes me a nervous wreck.
himself didn't want to go without Natalie?
I believe he indicated that he would prefer that she go.
He indicated that he wanted to go with Natalie, and that's why he didn't go. Not because he had some suspicion that she was going to execute him that day. Right?
No, he wanted to go to the Bank of America to try to find out why he was not receiving the funds that he thought he had been told that $1.4 billion was going to be deposited into that account after February the 1st.
Could it be that maybe because he bought himself a 1964 Cobra, there was no money in that account?
Yes. The movie.
The Cobra,
Anger.
I believe, was purchased before there was any dealing with Bank of America.
Maybe because maybe because he bought himself a couple of nice motorcycles. That's why there was no money in that account.
I don't know why there's no money in that account. Well, actually, I do know why there was no money in that account, because the basis for any funding coming to that account, as you heard from Mr. Nixon as well, was that it was supposed to be coming from payments for government contracts and returns on investments. The contracts were never
Bledsoe.
done, and there was no money ever coming.
Mr. Bledsoe, did you listen to that banker? There was no account, was there? There was no account, was there?
I don't
They
know if
haven't
I don't know if
established
the
any
count was, that was the process. He explained, the way I understood his explanation is they were in the process of trying to open an account. And he had vetted the information that he was provided by
Mr.
the
Bledsoe,
defendant.
as we stand here today, as I stand here today, as you sit there, as you remember the testimony of that banker, there was no account. You can be in the process of doing something, but that doesn't make it necessarily so, sir. They had no account. True?
No, I don't think that's true.
Okay. You're telling us that they had the bank in Virginia already established, and they were ready to pounce on the banker in Virginia to figure out why there was no money there. Is that what it was? Is that your testimony?
That Michael Cochran was wanting to travel to that bank and meet with Mr. Nixon to try to find out why there was no money in that account.
As the lead
Michelle. She's talking about that Disney movie, Inside Out. The guy with his hair on fire in the movie, Disney movie Inside Out. He's their emotions. And the one with the hair on fire, his name, he's Anger. That's who he is. Michelle's throwing names out. I love you so much.
investigator in this case show the jury any document that would establish that the account in the in the Virginia, Lynchburg, Virginia bank was already in existence. Can you do that?
I can,
Yes or no?
as I'm sitting here right now, I can't.
No. No, you cannot do it because they needed what is known as wet signatures, right? The signatures in writing.
Yes, I remember that.
Many banks require that a person appear in person to open an account.
Yes, Michael Cochran had told the defendant that since she was sick, he would travel on and get that signature information and bring it back so she could sign hers as well. He was determined to get this done.
He was determined and yet he didn't go. Right? Okay. Now, that little bottle of the substance that you testified to was not insulin, that you received from Mr. and Mrs. Bolt. What was it?
I can't pronounce the name that the chemist from the FBI lab called it, identified it as.
Anaclophamine, if I pronounce it,
That-
I probably mispronounce it with my inflection anyway. So, anaclophamine,
That was how it was labeled, but you asked me about the substance in the bottle, I believe, and
Okay.
that was identified to be
Well, that
something
was-
different than the label.
well, that was the substance to fight the waning testosterone, right?
I don't know what that's for.
Well, you investigated this case. You're claiming that my client killed her husband with a substance, and you would not be curious to know the effects of the medication that you just found?
Yes, that's exactly why we submitted it for testing.
Okay, well, so now you know that this substance is designed to, help the macho man, be a macho man. The testosterone medication.
Oh, what is it, Donnie? What's got you confused at the moment? Shh, Donnie said something is wrong with me. I don't understand what is happening. Basically, defense is trying to say the victim knew about the money, so there was no motive to unalive him, correct? Yes. Yes. Defense is saying exactly that. That the defense is saying that Michael knew about the Ponzi scheme and the fraud and all that, and she didn't unalive him. They're trying to say because he was like a bodybuilder and took like supplements and stuff that he, yeah. Macho man. I think he knew Patricia, but I don't know that he knew all of it. I think she probably did keep a lot. I mean, she even said in the one text messages earlier that she wasn't transparent with him about some of the documents or some of the contracts or whatever. So I kind of do feel like I feel like he knew stuff was going on that probably wasn't all on the up and up, but I feel like it was much worse than he actually realized. Donnie. I have a feeling the defense talks like this regardless of Yes, I said I do want a venti latte.
Right?
I can't say that I know that personally. I can say that what I heard testified to here by the chemist, that would be the basis of my knowledge of that
And
substance.
certainly, that could not be the medication that killed this guy, because that medication makes a person combative, right?
Your Honor, he's asking him to testify as to medical knowledge that he has clearly stated he does not have.
You don't know what that medication is.
Sustained.
Right, fine.
I do have limited
Hold on, no
knowledge.
questions pending. You testified on direct that you believe that Natalie's statement concerning her cancer is false.
In the context of the time that it was being reported by her, I believe my testimony was that I hadn't obtained any evidence to support that.
Well, did you get any evidence from Duke University?
I believe we subpoenaed, off the top of my head, I can't remember without reviewing it, but I believe we did subpoena some documents from Duke.
And did she have anything that resembled cancer?
I don't recall
I
that.
don't recall. Now, did you know that she first went to the Cleveland Clinic?
I remember references to the Cleveland Clinic in the text messages, but I don't know if she ever actually went there. I don't think we subpoenaed any documentation from Cleveland Clinic.
And do you know whether she was accepted or rejected there?
No, I do not know that.
And if she was rejected for such insidious purpose as lack of insurance, that still would not change the fact that she may have had cancer. Right?
I can't answer that.
And if she then went to Duke, you don't know whether she had cancer or not. You're just speculating here.
No, I'm basing my answer off of documents that I
By the way,
reviewed
how did you get into her medical records, sir?
with a subpoena.
With a subpoena? So which doctors did you subpoena for her medical records?
There were quite a few. I would have to see a list of those to actually recite them back, but there were several.
And you're testifying here today that she was, and at least from your surreptitious review of her medical records, that she is a model of health.
No, sir, I'm not saying that.
Well, what's wrong with her? What was wrong with her at that time?
The one thing that I do recall that I remember from that is that she was having treatment for some type of heart issue and a heart ablation.
Did you obtain the records from Mount General Oncology?
Again, possible, but I don't can't remember that
Well,
without
I mean,
having a list of them.
I think we all know what oncology means, right?
Did you say oncology?
Oncology, yeah.
Yes, I'm very familiar with that word.
Yeah. That's one of the worst words that you ever want to hear in your life, right?
Yes, it is.
That's a place that deals with cancer, with an illness for which there is no universal care, sir. Right? And if that woman went to Mount Oncology, she wasn't there to ask for candy. She went there to ask for medical advice concerning a condition which may end up her life. True?
I don't know. I can't speak to those
And you
records or a visit if I can't
And you
see
don't
it.
know, yet stubbornly you refuse to acknowledge that this woman may have had a condition of which you have no clue, no idea. right?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that based on the information that I had and was provided, I didn't see anything that indicated that.
Do you ever submit it to any doctors for any review of Ms. Cochran's medical conditions? Or you just evaluated it yourself?
I don't believe I think the only records that we submitted to any doctors were for Mr. Cochran.
All right. I want to ask you a little bit about, you said several times that based on my investigation, remember saying that several times?
I do.
You do. Well, who lived in Cochran's household in the year of, let's say, 2018?
I can't say for certain who actually lived in the household. I was never in their household
All right,
in
let me make
2008.
it simple. Do they have any children?
Yes,
Did you interview any of these children?
I did.
However many children they had?
I did not.
You did not. Wouldn't that be an invaluable source of information concerning their lifestyles, drug consumption at home, health of their parents? Would have been, and these children are now, one of them is still 17, but one is 20. So a couple of years ago, they were still 15, 13, 14. You could have asked them all kinds of questions, but you didn't interview them, did you?
No, we did not.
Huh? Did you know, and I'm going to refer to these texts. Oh, by the way, let me ask you this. Do you have any idea
Hey, Jill.
whether
I love that.
Michael
That's
Cochran
cute.
was a dominant figure in the marriage?
What flavor
Or
is
was
that?
it Natalie Cochran who was dominant in that marriage?
I'm not great at it either.
I can offer no observation on that.
I know what I like, and once I find something, that's kind of what I go with. Dunkin' is a little less intimidating than Starbucks, but yeah. I know. They're both yummy. They're both yummy. Yeah, they ask these questions and you're like, and then by the time they get to the part where, they, back to when they get to the part where they're like, what's your name? You're like, so they can write your name on the cup,
But either way,
If I told you that in August of 2018, the phone that Natalie Cochran had was actually taken from her by her husband, would you believe that?
I don't know whether to believe it or not. I don't know the source of that information.
Would I, if I told you that Mr. Cochran,
And I'm not certain, but I feel like whenever the defense was asking those questions about the cancer treatment stuff, I feel like he struck a nerve with this witness, and I feel like this witness has been kind of emotional ever since. And I feel like this witness is like going to just burst out any second. Anybody else kind of feel like that? Or is it just me?
controlled Ms. Cochran's use of a computer. Would you have any evidence to contradict that?
That he controlled her use?
Control the use of the computers at home.
No.
Would you have any evidence to contradict that Mr. Cochran actually had the phone that belonged to Mrs. Cochran for about 2 months before he even let her use it again?
I have no information about that.
And would you have any information to contradict the proposition that these messages that you played were actually sent by Mr. Cochran rather than Mrs. Cochran?
No, I don't believe that.
You don't believe it. All right. In your thorough investigation of this case, and since you have such knack for getting medical records, did you obtain the medical records of Mr. Cochran's?
Yes, we did obtain several medical records for Mr. Cochran.
What happened to him in 2017?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, did he have a back surgery in 2017? Do you recall that from looking at this?
Actually, I believe I recall that from hearing it here during this proceeding.
Well, you have any reason to doubt that?
Doubt that he had a back surgery?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And I think we've established it already that on October 31st, Mr. Cochran went to the hospital with some mysterious conditions that couldn't be accounted for.
Yes.
And those conditions may have involved convulsions, maybe epilepsy, right? Whatever it was serious.
I recall that there were numerous suspicious or, I guess, symptoms would be a better word, that were part of that. But my recollection
No, I mean,
of that is that there was
that
no clear
was my question.
diagnosis.
That was my question. Did you hear about October 31st? He went to the hospital.
Correct.
Yes or no?
Yes.
And his conditions, and by the way, you knew from your thorough investigation of this case that Michael Cochran hated hospitals with an unbridled passion.
I wouldn't characterize
Okay,
that.
he hated hospitals, all right.
I can't say that I know that.
Did he want to stay in a hospital from all your investigation?
No.
No. But soon enough, on November 2nd, he was again in the hospital, only this time for 5 days, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And for 5 days, which hospital was it, by the way?
I don't know, I can't remember if it was Memorial or General, but it was Charleston Area Medical Center.
Not a bad hospital, is it?
It's a fine, very fine hospital.
And these fine doctors there could not really determine what it was. They claimed there was a mold exposure and all of that, but he had the conditions that didn't have anything to do with mold, right?
Yes.
And those conditions, and we've been through it already on one examination of one officer. Convulsive epilepticus, so he may have had epilepsy, right?
I think there was a whole list of things that might have been.
Yes, encephalopathy, which is what?
I don't know.
Okay. Respiratory failure, seizure, altered mental state, enlarged heart. Now, those are serious conditions, right?
Yes.
And he was vomiting, he had fever, rash, dizziness, urinary urinary retention. He couldn't go to the bathroom. A sepsis could have set in. That's serious, isn't it?
Yes.
Chronic sinusitis, he couldn't breathe on top of that. Serious stuff. So he stayed in the hospital, and then when he came out of the hospital, isn't it true that he told everybody he was not going back? True or not?
I don't know. I have been told that, yes.
Yeah. And you knew that he was using supplements, right?
I don't know that. I was told that by the defendant.
Okay. Well, you did. You looked at his computers and all of that, right? Or their computers, his computers, when you did the search.
Yes, we did seize computers and cell phones.
Well, Mr. Cochran started in 2017, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, corresponding with the Advocare International. What was that company?
I'm not familiar with that company.
Well, maybe not too many people are familiar with it, detective, because that was one of the companies that may have provided him with the substances that the American government wouldn't want to know about. Did you check it out?
No, I did not.
Okay. How about, well, we know Amazon.com, KYDC LLC. He started that in 2015. What did he purchase from them?
What year was that?
2015. I think he started in 2015.
We wouldn't have looked, that was been outside of scope, I think, of anything we were looking at.
Well, but yet you're charging this woman with murder by poison, and you don't want to know what kind of substances this man had after you found two suspicious substances in their home?
Well, I knew that one suspicious substance, the enclomiphene citrate, the bottle labeled enclomiphene citrate, the defendant, the first time I interviewed her, told me that Michael Cochran, had overdosed on that morning on the 6th, and that's what led to his condition and ultimate death.
Well, obviously, you have, well, we'll come to that in a second. You have no evidence, sir, that she injected him with anything. You don't have any of that evidence, do you? You don't have any punctures, you don't have any syringes, you don't have any of it, do you?
Have seen any punctures in
On his body?
No.
You don't have any syringes?
No.
No. And you also know, in your thorough investigation of this case, that Humalog, and you heard this testimony as you were sitting here today, acts in a delayed fashion, 15 to 30 minutes after somebody's injected, that insulin takes effect. Yes or no? You heard that. Yes or no?
I'm trying to remember what was testified to, and I don't want to sit here and try to repeat testimony, but I want to answer your question. That sounds consistent with what was testified to here earlier.
And so I kind of want to know, detective, if the events of February the 6th somehow comport with what you believe them to be. On the 6th of February, I submit to you that my client is alone in a house with Michael Cochran, right? In the morning.
At some time that morning, yes,
Sometime that
they both returned to the home and were there together alone.
Kids go to school, she goes to a doctor, he goes to a coffee place, Starbucks, and they're happily at home. Now, I submit to you that she comes from, say, he's in the kitchen, and she stabs him or jabs him with a syringe full of insulin. He doesn't drop to the floor immediately, does he?
I would have no way of answering that.
Well, you heard the testimony here of the experts. That insulin has a delayed reaction, 15 to 30 minutes, right?
Yes, I believe that's what the doctor
So
said.
this woman jabs him, this athlete, and this little girl stabs him with that insulin, and his reaction is, "Thank you, honey. May I have another one?" Now, come on, detective. She would stab him, and his first reaction was, "What the heck was that?"
Actually, she told me that he had been sleeping for 45 minutes to an hour prior to his medical event that morning.
But we've established that it could not have happened in the bed upstairs, could it?
She said he was sleeping on the couch.
So she injected him, and he didn't wake up, right? Is that your testimony?
No, that's not my testimony.
Okay, so she jabs him in the kitchen, and he has 15 minutes to half an hour to react to it, and he does nothing? Is that your testimony here today? He
No.
does nothing but drops on the floor after waiting for half an hour?
No, that's not my testimony.
Well, wouldn't it a normal person who got jabbed by, and by the way, that could not have happened in silence. It would be one of those, "You son of a gun, you know, I'm gonna stab you, I'm gonna kill you, you've done this to me," or whatever. That usually doesn't happen in silence, that type of action. If I stab you, I wouldn't be doing it in silence, would I? So this woman stabs him, true? And then he has 15 minutes to 30 minutes to react.
Objection, Your Honor, this is entirely speculation, and he's placing testimony in the witnesses now.
Well, I think we've gone too far
Okay.
along this line. Let's please move on, Mr. Victor.
Mr. Bledsoe, she wasn't there in the apartment in her house with just Michael. Soon enough, there were about 9 people milling around that house, right? 2 workers, right?
Yes, Mr. Bowen and Mr. Miller were the first to arrive
Okay.
sometime between, I think, around close to 12:30.
Who else?
John Hamilton arrived shortly after they did.
The sister also.
I'm not sure exactly what time she got there.
But she did get
It was
there.
later in the day,
With her boyfriend.
yes.
And then there was Mr. Davis. So let me
Finally,
ask-
yes.
So let me propose this scenario for you. The defendant who is planning to kill her husband goes to Miss Davis and asks for a murder weapon, right? The insulin.
There was a text between them where the defendant procured a bottle of insulin from Miss Davis, yes.
So if she, for example, wanted to kill him with a gun, she would have obtained a gun from a third person, right?
Objection, Your Honor,
All right.
speculation.
Sustain.
Okay? Would you agree with me, Mr. Bledsoe, that she just brought 2 people into the potential case against her by asking for the insulin and having the insulin delivered by another person to her home? So now she has 2 witnesses against her, right?
The witnesses could be for or against her.
Okay. And would you also agree with me that all of these people who came later to the house could also be the witnesses against her? Right?
As I stated, for or against.
You heard the testimony that this type of medication cannot kill. That this type of medication, the Humalog, is not a deadly substance.
Objection, Your Honor, that was not anyone's testimony.
Sustain.
Right? You don't have any evidence to suggest, Officer Bledsoe, that my client injected Mr. Cochran later in the day when all of these people were present? Do you?
I think the evidence that was testified to by Dr. Krieger and Dr. Uribe support the theory that that was possible. Yes.
Possible? Then I will ask you here today and under oath, sir. Point me in the direction of my client injecting anybody with insulin while all these 7 or 8 or 9 people were present. What time, under what circumstances, where, and with what syringe and what insulin? Point it to the jury. Tell the jury.
Yes. I can't answer that.
Because you don't know. You don't have any of that evidence, do you?
Just refer to my previous answer about the evidence.
All right. No. Hold on. We'll get to it. At the time of, you remember that this case had been dismissed once pending the second, the autopsy, right?
Which autopsy are you referring to, sir?
Well, the second autopsy upon the second exhumation of Mr. Cochran.
I wasn't a part of the second exhumation in any way.
Okay? At the time this case was indicted in 2023, all your evidence suggested that there was no insulin involved in this case. True?
No,
No?
that's not true.
Well, medical evidence by Dr. Kubitschek. What did it tell you?
You have to be more specific which
Well,
medical
you heard him
evidence.
testify. There was no evidence of the intentional homicide, right?
I believe his report reflected that it was undetermined.
Right. Prior to Dr. Krieger and her involvement in this case, point me to the evidence, medical evidence, that insulin was involved in this case. You don't have any.
I think the blood glucose level of Michael Cochran would be considered medical evidence that
When and by whom?
at Raleigh General Hospital on the February the 6th date when he was taken there.
Show me the evidence that would indicate that, I'll show the jury the evidence, that the Raleigh General Hospital believed Michael's death as a homicide or suspicious for homicide.
That was not,
I agree. The court has to sustain the objection.
Okay. Then you have Dr. Krieger, whom the prosecutor hired, and Dr. Uribe, and these two came up with the concept of insulin injection being the murder weapon, right?
I don't believe I heard either one of them testify that to a murder weapon.
Well, Well then, from your thorough investigation of this case, Mr. Bledsoe, how was this poison administered?
I can't answer that.
Can't answer that. Now, I want to ask you something else. You testified in this case that, and you testified before the grand jury, right? In this case.
Yes, sir.
And the gist of your testimony before the grand jury was that Michael was about to find out the whole scope of my client's financial improprieties, right?
Are you referring directly to my grand jury testimony?
Well, I mean, all right, forget your grand jury. You believe that Michael was about to find out about my client being a dishonest fraud who deceived even him, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And somehow she killed him because he was going to do what? He was going to run to the feds. He was going to expose her. He was going to kill her himself. What the heck was he going to do when he learned all of this?
I have no way of knowing. I never got the opportunity to ask him.
Well, but Mr. Bledsoe, we are looking at a person who has been married to his high school sweetheart for 17 years, who has 2 children with her, and all of a sudden he finds out that this sweetheart is cheating. She's a fraud, right? Well, first reaction, wouldn't the first reaction be, well, let's talk about it, honey. What happened? Let's think about it. Let's call a lawyer, right?
Your Honor, we're speculating again.
Well,
We're going down the road that we probably shouldn't, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
she had no reason to kill him because we have no idea what this man would have done, even if she told him, honey, I'm a cheat, she had no reason to kill him.
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
No, she had the reason to kill him because he was gonna do what? He was gonna kill her? What the heck? Officer, come on.
No, I never said that he was going to kill her.
Well, what was he gonna do? So that she had to take such a drastic measure as to kill him.
Objection, Your Honor, this has already been asked and answered. He said already that he did not know what Michael was going to do because he never got a chance to ask him.
I'll allow that question to stand. Answer if you can, officer.
Could you repeat that, please?
What would he do if he learned that she was a cheat?
I don't know what he would have done.
Okay. Now, you talked to several witnesses in this case, including Mr. Treadway, right?
Mr. Treadway?
Yes.
That's not correct.
You didn't?
I sure wanted to and attempted to, but he refused to meet and speak with me.
Okay. How about Mr. Bowen?
Could you be more, Jason Bowen? Mm-hmm. Yes.
Did Mr. Oh, let me see. Where's Mr. Bowen's list? Did Mr. Bowen tell you that in February of 2019, shortly before Michael's death, Michael appeared foggy, out of it, loopy. You remember that?
Is that being taken directly from an interview that I did with him?
Yeah, it is. We
Yes,
can play
that-
it. And you
yes.
remember now?
Yes, that sounds accurate.
Okay. That Michael was sweating, Michael was off balance, Michael wasn't himself. Remember that?
I don't remember verbatim, no, but that sounds consistent, yes.
You remember a situation when Mr. Davis testified that Michael, I think it was in January of 2019, Michael was doing some kind of a job repairing somebody's light fixtures, right?
I believe he was assisting Mr. Davis with the installation of a ceiling fan, as I recall.
And appeared to be completely out of it.
No, that's not accurate.
Now he was confused.
I don't remember exactly how Mr. Davis described that. I know he wasn't overly concerned about it because he laughed and told me, he said, but man, he said, we got ceiling fan installed. So it didn't rise to a level of great concern for Mr. Davis, but he felt it was necessary for us to know that.
Do you remember talking to Michael Davis about this case?
To who? I'm sorry.
To Michael, I'm sorry, to Chris Davis.
Chris Davis, yes.
Do you remember having Mr. Davis advising you that Michael Cochran in February of 2019 appeared to mentally struggle while assisting him with the installation of a ceiling fan?
Yes, that's what I
That's
just described.
That's in your report.
Yes.
He also described Mr. Cochran as having outbursts of stress and anger. And he never observed that before in Michael. Do you remember that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You knew that Michael was using all kinds of supplements, right?
I didn't know that. I was told that by the defendant, yes.
Well, Mr. Bowen, for that matter, told you that Michael took as many as 35 supplements a day. We can play that statement.
If you're saying that came from his statement, then yes, I'll agree with that.
Mr. Bowen also said that Michael used a dropper to administer enclophamine. Remember that? He would take a couple of drops at a time.
Did he name that specific substance?
Substance being discussed, and the substance being discussed, from what I understand, was enclophamine.
I don't recall that directly, but
Okay.
if
Now, do you remember a witness, and I think it was maybe Mr. Bowen, who told you that Michael got confused in a grocery store, didn't know where he was, couldn't recognize his car in a parking lot.
I believe that, I'm not sure where the location was. I believe the way he characterized that is Mr. Cochran couldn't remember where he'd parked his vehicle.
I see. Did you know that Michael Cochran apparently hated Panera Bread, the restaurant?
No, I did not.
Ah, of course. And a witness testified, the testimony would be that he actually went there and didn't know where he was. Would that surprise you?
Who said that?
That would be Mr. Treadway.
Again, I would have been glad to talk to Mr. Treadway, but he refused.
Okay. Wouldn't it be fair to say, Mr. Bledsoe, that Michael wasn't himself the last couple of months between the time he was in a hospital and the time when he actually collapsed in a home
Yes, I believe that's fair to say. He was definitely exhibiting signs, I think, of stress and over not being able to find out where his money was that
No,
was supposed to be
sure.
in the bank.
Sure, I understand that. But he also exhibited some serious illnesses, and he was prescribed some serious medication. And I'd like to ask you whether you know whether he was ever diagnosed with seizures and acute encephalopathy.
I don't recall
No?
if he was specifically diagnosed with that or not.
Well, did you read the report of Dr. Ward? I mean, it's in the discovery. Just give it to us. You gave it to us.
I'm sure that, yes, that I reviewed those documents. It's been many years ago, and sitting here right now to recall it off the top of my head.
So if he had an acute condition of seizures, encephalopathy, and was prescribed medication that I probably cannot even pronounce, lamotrigine, serious medication against seizures, anticonvulsant, would that surprise you? He had that condition?
Without actually seeing the documents and being able to know exactly how it's phrased and see the exact verbiage, I can't really say if it would surprise me or not. I know he sought treatment and was treated for various symptoms and possibilities of different medical conditions, but I don't ever remember seeing a clear diagnosis that definitively said, this is exactly what's wrong with Michael Cochran.
He was treated to the extent that he refused to take the medication. Did you know that?
I have been told that.
You've been told that. He refused to take what medication, sir?
It was referred to as seizure medication.
That's not good, is it?
I don't know.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. We'll break for 10 or 15 minutes or so. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room now.
So you guys know how, sorry, I just came in hot. So you guys know I am freezing. That's not what I was going to say, but I am freezing. I had to go make a cup of coffee. And I grabbed myself a peanut butter sandwich because I got hungry. I'm freezing.
All right, we'll break for 10 or 15 minutes. I don't need to admonish you again, Lieutenant.
Is that my... No, okay. You know how whenever I started the stream, I said that there was the medical examiner? Somehow or another, I skipped all the way past him when we started the stream today. I don't know how I did that. I don't know how I did it. I thought that he was the first one on the stand today because I watched him or part of him. But then whenever we started the stream, I was like, why isn't he showing up? Why is it the first? I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. You guys want to go back and watch that and then resume back here? We we can do that. So if I go all the way back to the beginning. Okay. See, this is the dude that we started with. Right? Why isn't he showing up on this stream? I'm so confused right now. He's not showing up at all. Let me see here what this says. This is where we started. Did Long Crime cut it and I didn't know that they cut it and started a different stream or something?
Is that she should listen into,
That we need. All right, are there any matters that we need to discuss out of the presence of the jury?
Your Honor,
I don't know what happened.
Dr. Banerjee believes that she should listen into the next witness, who's Lieutenant Bledsoe. She believes there are facts and circumstances that he's going to testify to that would aid her in her subsequent testimony.
Because, see, he's the first guy, the guy that's up there right now. That's where we started, and that's the beginning of the stream. So, I don't know. I'm going to go back to here. Pause that, because then we would be live where we ended now. And then I'm going to go... Yeah, it says day 5. Yes. Yep. Day 5. Let me go open up a new YouTube tab. Oh, Lord have mercy. Looks like there has been a school pew-pewing in Nashville. Jesus. It says 2 suspect shot as well. Heaven help them, Lord help them. Let me go to Law and Crime Trials. Why is that split separate? Let me go to Court TV. Very weird, right? Very weird. So now see, he's on the Court TV one, but they've split it apart from Law and Crime. All right, so let me share this tab. Let me make it big, and then I'm going to rewind it all the way back to the beginning so we can see what we missed. I was all the way confused. I'm like, earlier, a while ago, I was thinking to myself, I was like, how can we be live? Because I know, like during her virtual math lesson, we hit, got all the way up to in real time where we were live, right? And I was like, how could that be? Because we haven't seen that medical examiner yet. And I knew I wasn't dreaming. And then I was like, was I watching a different trial? And I'm like, no, they were talking about the insulin levels and him being exhumed and all that stuff. So I was like, did I dream it? Long crime, quit throwing me off my game, yo. Oh, I'm going back into the chat here where I missed. Sherry said, Jenny, do you have a little heater you could use, a heated throw blanket? I do have a heating pad, but here's what's the deal, okay? My kitchen and dining room is on the other end of the house from where I'm at, and it's very cold and drafty in there. So I have a little electric heater that I plug up on really cold days like today, just to kind of keep it cool in there or warm in there, because it's wood floors, and so the floors are cold. Like it's cold in there, right? And but the thermostat to the furnace is between, it's in the next room over from the kitchen. And so what happens is that little heater warms it up just enough that it keeps the thermostat from cranking on and turning the furnace on to the rest of the house, right? So I have to like back and forth it. I have to back and forth it. But yeah. It's like the furnace doesn't kick on, it kicks on half as much as it should when I have that little heater running in there. But yeah, the ME is definitely most important, right? Oh, hold on a minute. You guys, don't you love when lost things that are supposed to come through the USPS, like, so several stories all at once, right? Um, Medical examiner is very important, Michelle. Yes. Okay, so also, I placed an order for some stuff that I really needed. It got lost in the mail, and I got refunded. Well, I placed the order again. That order got lost in the mail. So I placed a third order. Now, the third order and the second lost order both arrived on the same day. So, USPS has been on, they need heavily medicated. All right. The medical examiner, though, that we're going to be watching isn't a female, it's a male. I think he's a forensic pathologist or something. She was listening to the current guy to aid in her testimony that is to follow. Banerjee. That one was, but then there's another one. Michelle. That's who we're getting ready to see. So see this right here at the top? Nope, wrong one. Hold on. Over here. This one from Court TV, day 5. Yeah. Coming up, day 5 states case could rest today.
Patrick III, Judge of the Circuit Court of Raleigh County, is now sitting.
See, this is not how we started our day. They totally split stuff up. Oh, I'm sorry, dog mom. That's scary. That's so scary. Oh.
Good morning, everyone. We continue in the trial of State of West Virginia versus Natalie Page Cochran. This is case number 23-F-343K. The court observes that all parties are present, including the defendant. What matters do we have to take up at this time?
Lots of prayers.
Your Honor, yesterday
yes.
when I was referring to defendant's exhibit number 10, I mistakenly put it in my folder and took it with me. I did not move for its admission. I would like to return that to the clerk and move for its admission.
All right. Is there any objection, Ms. Acord or Mr. True?
The one on the phone is for the defense. I think he's just there's the someone he's wanting to have listen to for the defense's case to like rebut. I think basically what they did, was just oversaw like the reports and stuff like that. If y'all wouldn't mind, please, my friends, family, could use your prayers. I appreciate every one of you. Yeah, let us know, dog mom, and absolutely prayers, lots and lots of prayers. That's so scary.
Truman.
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Defendant's number 10 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Any other matters before we bring out the jury?
We need to make sure that Dr. Banerjee is connected.
Okay. Will your first witness be an expert, Mr. Truman, Ms. Acord?
It will, Your Honor.
Pardon?
Dr. Uribe will testify in person, yes, sir.
Okay.
Dr.
All right.
Uribe.
Do we have Dr. Banerjee on the line?
I called her earlier. I'll make sure she's still around.
Pardon? Okay. I think we're going to have the phone number, Stan.
Yes, sir.
Side note, hold on, and I will show you. Hold on. Side note, they're probably filthy, but anyway, if you're looking for a good brand of house shoes, may I recommend to you my Dirty Bear Paws. They're flannel. They got the fuzzies on the end, the fuzzy lining on the inside. They're very warm and comfy, and they got a thick sole in case you're like me and have to run outside to check the mail or let the doggy out to use the potty.
Hello, Dr. Banerjee. Are you there?
Hi. Yes, sir, good morning.
Good morning. This is Judge Kirkpatrick. You are live and broadcasting in the courtroom. Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes, sir. I don't have a video link. I don't know if I'm supposed to use the same one from yesterday or not.
Well, we are a little deficient in that department, and so if it'd be okay with you, can you just listen by telephone?
Wow.
Oh, sure.
All right.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna put myself on mute, okay?
All right, thank you very much. Bring in the jury.
Okay.
I hope. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good morning. I hope the sausage biscuits were satisfactory. Don't get spoiled. It's beans and onions from here on out. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed them, and we are ready to go. Again, I'm happy to see smiling faces. We are still on the state's case in chief, and so we'll get to business right away. And I'll ask the state to please call their next witness.
Cute, Sherry.
Call Dr. Paul Uribe to the stand.
Very well.
Paul Uribe. Makes me want to talk like Speedy Gonzalez. Uribe, Uribe, andale, andale. Arriba, arriba.
Raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may have a seat right there.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Akerd.
Sir, could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Sure. Paul Shane Uribe, Paulshaneuribe.
And what is your occupation?
My occupation is a forensic pathologist.
And for our benefit, what is forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a specialty of medicine that specializes in unnatural, unexpected, or violent death.
Do you have any military experience?
Yes.
What sort of professional training do you have?
Professional training includes medical school from the Uniformed Services University of the Health Sciences, which is the military medical school in Bethesda, Maryland, a transitional internship, a residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, and a fellowship in forensic pathology.
And where are you currently employed?
I currently work as the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner at the Fort Bend County Medical Examiner's Office in Rosenberg, Texas, southwest of Houston.
Prior to your current employment, what is your past work experience?
Past work experience includes 23 years and change at U.S. Army. In the Army, I worked as a general pathologist. I worked as a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist with the Armed Forces Medical Examiner System. I've also worked part-time in several jurisdictions, including Clark County, Nevada, which represents Las Vegas and Southern Nevada, the state of Mississippi, New Jersey, Baltimore, spent some time in South Carolina. So I've had a couple of part-time jobs in addition to my full-time employment.
Do you have any peer-reviewed publications?
Yes.
Have you presented at national and international forensic conferences?
Yes.
And do you have any board certifications?
Yes.
What about active state medical licenses? How many of those do you carry?
I currently have 9 state medical licenses, all in good standing.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes.
And what might those be?
The National Association of Medical Examiners and American Academy of Forensic Sciences. I'm on multiple committees and working groups for both of those organizations. I'm also a member of the International Association of Coroners and Medical Examiners, the College of American Pathologists, which is the largest group of pathologists in the world, and the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
In your career, about how many autopsies have you personally performed?
I've personally performed over 2,500 autopsies.
And in your work as a forensic pathologist, have you ever been involved in any high-profile cases?
Yes.
Just briefly, an overview, what kind of cases were those?
There were, let's see, my
We
first,
object to that question. It's irrelevant to these proceedings.
Your Honor, I would argue that if you were allowed to answer, they would be relevant cases.
Overruled. I'll permit the witness to answer. Go ahead, please.
my first high-profile case in the military was a group of Christian missionaries who were kidnapped by Somali pirates. This was back in 2010, 2011. I wrote the federal opinion for the George Floyd case, and I did a series of suspected insulin homicides in a VA hospital in Clarksburg, West Virginia.
Your Honor, subject to cross-examination by the defense, I would ask that this witness be treated as an expert in the field of forensic pathology pursuant to Rule 702.
Oh, daggone.
All right, Mr. Selden, do you wish to
The insulin deaths at a VA hospital. Wow.
engage in voir dire pertaining to this witness's credentials?
No, Your Honor, we accept him as an expert.
All right, the court declares this witness to be an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Uribe, did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes.
And I am now holding what I would ask to be marked as, I believe, states 21.
21, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Dr. Uribe, could you just briefly look over that and tell me if that is the report that you wrote in this case?
Yes, it is.
Does it appear to have been altered in any way from the way that you submitted it?
No.
Did you review certain records when preparing your report in this case?
Yes.
Could you briefly tell us which records you reviewed?
The records I reviewed were medical records from the Charleston Area Medical Center, Raleigh General Hospital, some hospice records, the initial autopsy report and autopsy photographs, and investigative documents, including interviews, investigative statements from police and other investigative officers.
Apologize, Your Honor, I forgot I was going to need the projector.
All right.
Your Honor, in the interim, I'm going to ask for admission of State's Exhibit 21.
Any objection, Mr. Selden?
No objection, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 21 will be admitted into evidence.
Dr. Uribe, did you chart Mr. Cochran's glucose and potassium levels from his medical records?
Yes.
And does this accurately reflect the chart that you produced?
Yes.
What about those levels were significant to you?
There was significant, I wouldn't say significant, I would say profound hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia is low blood glucose. His admission glucose level was 21, which is incredibly unusual. It's also associated with a low potassium as well. Later on in the hospitalization, once he was treated for the hypoglycemia, the blood sugar went up and then it went back down again. This is a pattern that I refer to as refractory hypoglycemia, which is where someone comes in hypoglycemic, you treat them with sugars, their blood sugar goes back up, but then something is dragging the sugar back down. And that is to me, that is a significant pattern.
And why is that pattern significant to you?
Because there are only a few things that can do that. One of the big things is insulin administration, because insulin or certain other drugs like oral hypoglycemic agents, which are oral drugs that you take to control diabetes, that drug effect from either insulin or these other agents serve to continue to drag the sugar levels down despite treatment. So you give someone who's hypoglycemic sugar, you expect it to bounce back up and stay that way, but there's some sort of force that's pulling the sugar back down again, and that to me, that's a significant red flag.
And given that you classify it as a red flag, had you seen this in a clinical setting, what sort of testing would you have performed?
The testing to be performed, when you suspect exogenous insulin administration, meaning insulin being given that's unprescribed, there's a very, very small window where you can do adequate testing. The classic teaching is you draw for laboratory testing, you draw an insulin level and a C-peptide. Now, if I may explain to the jury what these two things are. So the body makes a protein called proinsulin. And when insulin is about to be released by the pancreas, proinsulin is basically, essentially cut in half. And half of it is, what's regarded as insulin. The other half is something called C-peptide. So when you test for insulin and C-peptide levels, you expect them to be, essentially in a 1-to-1 ratio, because you have one molecule, you break it in half, you have, two representative pieces. When you administer insulin to someone, you have a lot of insulin, but no C-peptide, because that C-peptide wasn't, cleaved off and wasn't relieved by the body, or wasn't released by the body. So when you suspect...
Your Honor, at this point, we have to object to this testimony. This witness is an expert in forensic pathology. Now he's testifying as to chemistry and other matters that go out of his range of expertise. This testimony is about chemical effects, and Dr. Krieger was the expert specialized in this area, not this witness. He's a forensic pathologist.
I think he's laying the groundwork, and I think it relates to his field. I'll overrule the objection. Dr. Uribe, you can continue.
So when you have exogenous administration of insulin, meaning administration of insulin from an outside source, if you suspect that, when your patient is hypoglycemic in front of you, so when they're, profoundly hypoglycemic,
and you suspect that, you need to draw an insulin and C-peptide level then. If you draw it after you administer treatment, then the body starts releasing natural insulin, so you're going to get that C-peptide again. And when the laboratory testing that you would expect in insulin administration is a high insulin level with no C-peptide. But once again, there's a very, very short window of testing where clinically you can order this.
Any of that testing have been performed after Mr. Cochran passed away?
No, because there's no postmortem utility in insulin and C-peptide levels postmortem.
Did you review imaging studies in this case?
Yes.
Were any of those indicative of head trauma?
No.
Now, you performed an autopsy on Mr. Cochran's remains, correct?
Yes.
About how long after Mr. Cochran passed away did your autopsy take place?
It was over 2 years.
Can you explain to us why there was such a long window between his death and your autopsy?
I was asked to do a second autopsy by the Raleigh district attorney at the time, Benjamin Hatfield, because of the suspicious circumstances in this case.
What was the condition of the body upon exhumation at the time of your examination?
There was marked decomposition. And what I mean by marked decomposition is I was told that the body was embalmed. If they were embalmed, they weren't embalmed very well at all. The body basically consisted of a skeleton with some degree of soft tissue that had turned into what we call adipocere, which is like where the fatty tissues of the body turned into almost like a hard chalky soap. It's a natural natural type of decomposition. So there was some adipocered soft tissue, and the body was largely skeletonized.
Is there a typical protocol that you follow when you conduct an autopsy?
Yes.
Can you just very briefly, very high level, explain for us what that looks like?
Sure. So you never want to do an autopsy in a vacuum. So the first part, and sometimes the most important part, is review of the circumstances of death. You never want to do an autopsy in a vacuum and just here's a body, figure out why they died, because you need to know as much as you can about the circumstances of why they died. So the investigation, medical records, everything preceding when the person died. And then once you're doing the autopsy, it's broken up into several parts. The first part is the external examination, where you look at the body. You basically just describe what you see. Height, weight, eye color, hair color, evidence of trauma, evidence of natural disease, evidence of injury, things like that. Once you finish the external examination, you can open the body and do an internal examination. The internal examination, once again, looks for evidence of trauma, looks for evidence of natural disease. You take out the internal organs and dissect them, looking for evidence of natural disease, trauma, things like that. You can collect tissues or body fluids for additional testing or microscopic analysis. Once you finish the external or internal examination, then you can, send for ancillary studies, which include microscopic analysis of tissue, analysis of blood or other tissues for toxicology to see what drugs or medications were in the body at the time of death. And then you correlate all of these findings together, the scene investigation, the autopsy findings, the ancillary studies, and we use that to reach a cause and manner of death.
And what did you determine were Michael Cochran's cause and manner of death?
Michael Cochran's cause and manner of death there's a lot of circumstantial evidence in this case that does not correlate with the autopsy findings or medical record. And whenever we have that, I call it a discordance, or things that don't add up or make sense, those are sort of the red flags that we look at. With the entirety of the circumstances, including the initial autopsy findings, The second autopsy findings, which, there weren't much, the history of profound hypoglycemia that's very much unexplained. I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was exogenous insulin administration. And there's no explanation for why a non-diabetic, otherwise relatively healthy male would have such profound hypoglycemia and also refractory hypoglycemia as well. And there's no other viable explanation for it. That the only reasonable conclusion that I could make is that he was given insulin.
And so specifically, what is his manner of death?
Manner of death would be homicide, because there's no evidence that he administered insulin himself. People don't accidentally administer insulin to themselves or am given.
Your Honor, we object at this time. The statement that it is a homicide, that's for this court to decide. It is a conclusion that this witness cannot come to.
Your Honor, that is a manner of death which is determined by all medical examiners.
Objections overruled.
Dr. Uribe, what other possible causes did you rule out when you reached that conclusion?
You tell him, sister.
So
You tell
when
him.
doing an autopsy, you look at the totality of the case, and sometimes you can break it down into different pieces, but you have to look at everything in its totality. The circumstances in this case, was there evidence of trauma? There was a questionable fall as the initiating event, but there was no evidence of trauma in the medical records. There was a questionable evidence there was a questionable seizure. Once again, I'm not sure a history of seizure disorder has been substantiated, so that sort of remains a question. There are other causes such as heart disease. Could heart disease cause someone to go unconscious? Sure, I see it all the time. People with hypertension and heart disease, they can have a cardiac arrhythmia as well. But these cardiac arrhythmias aren't due to hypertension and a bad heart. They're not associated with hypoglycemia at all. There was a question of steroid use or clomiphene and clomiphene, which is enclomiphene is an androgen agonist, and a lot of men use, in women it's used for fertility treatments to hyperovulate, because what this drug does is it causes the body to produce excess sex hormone. When used in men, it's used to sort of reboot natural testosterone promotion. But enclomiphene by itself is not associated with seizures, is not associated with cardiac arrhythmia. So that didn't make sense either. There are other causes of hypoglycemia. There could be a pancreatic tumor that secretes insulin periodically. Those are incredibly rare. There's a number of other medical conditions that can, but there's no evidence substantiating any of those other causes. And why would they suddenly present during this time when the medical history and circumstances are suspicious? So there are very, very few causes that would cause an otherwise healthy 38-year-old male to have a blood glucose of 21 that's confirmed by the lab. And especially with the associated hypokalemia, which is the low potassium as well. When you have profound hypoglycemia and hypokalemia, so low blood sugar and low potassium, with no other reasonable or viable explanation, I came to the conclusion that this is likely due to insulin that was administered at some point.
And has anything come to your attention since generating your report that would change any of your conclusions?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Uribe. I am Stanley Selden. I'm co-counsel for the defendant, Natalie Cochran.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. And again, how did you learn of this case?
I learned of this case from the former or the previous Raleigh District Attorney, Benjamin Hatfield.
Okay. And were you hired by the Raleigh County Prosecutor's Office to testify in this case?
I was hired by the Raleigh County Prosecutor's Office to look at this case, at the time possibly perform a second autopsy, which we ended up doing, and then subsequently for my testimony in this case, yes.
So the state and the Raleigh County Prosecuting Attorney's Office is paying you for your services, isn't that correct?
They're compensating me for my time, yes. And I believe you said that you have done over 2,500 autopsies, and have you testified in an equal number of cases? I've performed over 2,500 autopsies. I've testified approximately 40 times.
And of those 40 times, have you always testified for the prosecution in court?
No.
Sorry?
No.
No. About how many of those cases have you testified for the prosecution?
Approximately, it's about an 80-20% split. It's heavily weighted towards the prosecution because I'm often the medical examiner who performed the autopsy. So in a case of someone who got shot, I'm the doctor who performed the autopsy. I'm naturally called by the prosecution. But okay. I do take defense cases as well.
Now, you said you weren't really sure. It was a number of years when you conducted your autopsy. Would it surprise you to learn that you conducted your autopsy almost 4 years after the date of death of Michael Cochran?
I may have been confused about my dates, but that could be true. I would have to check my report to verify the dates.
I submit that Michael Cochran died approximately February 11th of 2019, and your report is authored, it has a date of April 5th of 2024, so that's almost 5 years, isn't that correct?
Yes, and the second autopsy was performed in July of 2023.
Okay. The first autopsy, conducted by Dr. Kubitschek, was conducted only 7 months after Michael Cochran's death. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And the first autopsy was done, and the results were because the body was much less decomposed after 7 months than after 5 years. Correct?
Then after...
You conducted your autopsy almost 4 years after the original autopsy. The state of the body would have been vastly more decomposed. Isn't that correct?
Yes, the body was vastly more decomposed, and a lot of that is because I don't think he was properly embalmed. If he was embalmed, the body
I didn't
obviously would have
ask-
been in better shape.
I did not ask the reason. I just asked about the time period. Thank you. You've answered the question. Did the
Hey,
advanced
Kelly, good to see you,
decomposition
girlfriend.
limit your ability to make certain diagnoses?
Yes.
Oh, thanks for the update, Cherie.
Was there any finding during your autopsy that detected any insulin in Michael Cochran's body or any C peptides?
No.
And this could not be determined because of the advanced decomposition of the body. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, and there's also no,
Thank you. You answered the question.
No worries, Kelly. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back, ma'am.
Now, because you did not detect insulin or C-peptide in the body because of the advanced decomposition, how did you conclude that it was insulin administration related to death?
it was a clinical correlation from review of the medical records.
Can you say with absolute medical certainty that exogenous insulin administration was the cause of Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia and death?
I can say with,
Absolute certainty, 100%.
I don't use the term absolute for anything.
Despite all of your assertions, you cannot accurately conclude that exogenous insulin administration is the cause of death, can you?
I don't believe that statement is true.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I don't believe that statement is true. I think you can, based on clinical correlation in the absence of any other viable explanation for profound or refractory hypoglycemia, hypokalemia, in the absence of any other causative finding for it.
Was there any testing in the medical records from any of the hospitals that showed insulin and C-peptide levels?
No.
Sorry?
No.
Okay. And there was no testing like this because there was no suspicion whatsoever by his doctors that he had been...
That calls for speculation. He can't testify as to the suspicions of his doctors.
Sustained.
Despite all of the testing in the hospitals that Michael Cochran underwent, there were no tests done for insulin in his body. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
They always bring the money up, Henny, because they always are trying to act like their testimony is paid testimony. Like they're paying them to say what they want them to say, prosecution, you know? That's why they always do that.
Do you know what the medical term refractory hypoglycemia means?
Yes.
And isn't the definition of refractory hypoglycemia that it is a prolonged period of low blood sugar that doesn't respond to standard treatments?
That's not the definition.
What do you think the definition is?
The definition of refractory hypoglycemia is hypoglycemia that persists despite treatment for the hypoglycemia.
So,
He looks like it, doesn't he?
do you know that to correct low blood sugar, like the ones demonstrated in Michael, that to control that, it requires high doses of glucose or continuous monitoring?
Yes.
So by your testimony, did Michael Cochran have refractory hypoglycemia?
Yes.
Isn't the correct answer to that question no, because his blood sugar responded to therapy? He was given D50 glucose and his blood sugar levels went down.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that question. The witness has already answered the question, and Mr. Selden has simply rephrased his answer.
I think it's a fair question. I'll allow it. The objection's overruled. Answer if you can, please, Doctor.
Yeah, and I want to clarify. The question is, his blood sugar responded to therapy. He was given D50 glucose, and his blood sugar levels went up, not down.
Yes, his blood sugars did respond to glucose therapy, but then they also subsequently went down after they initially responded. That is the definition of refractory hypoglycemia.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to have defendant's exhibit number 10.
All right.
Yeah, they always try to be tricky, tricky, tricky. Isn't it true that blah, 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 blah? Yeah, Ben Stein, he's something else.
This is a chart very similar to the one you use, which shows the date and time.
I love it when the defense, well, and I've even seen the prosecution do it before, when they're like trying to tell the expert how things are. You know what I mean? Like, why is my bun side swaggled? Anyway, like for instance, this attorney is like, isn't it true that the definition of refractive hypoglycemia is this? And he's like, no, that's not the definition. And he's like, okay, well, isn't it the... I can't stand when they do that. Like, they're like, you don't know nothing about medicine, sir. You barely sound like you know anything about law. But okay, let's, not pretend that you know the things.
Of the monitoring of Michael Cochran's blood glucose levels.
Mm-hmm.
And it has a column, number 3, that suggests the hours since allegedly Michael Cochran was injected with insulin, which appears from testimony to be around 12 p.m. on February 6, 2019. And the last or fourth column has a listing of whether insulin, Lispro Humalog insulin, was active in his body.
Donk.
Okay? Do you see that chart and those columns?
Yes, I see the chart.
Now, on February 6th of 2019, at 8:20 p.m., which is 20 hours by military time, his blood glucose level was 21,
Donk.
which was approximately 8 hours and 20 minutes after insulin was allegedly injected in him. Do you see that column?
Yes, I see the column.
Was Humalog insulin active in his body? Was it still working in his body?
I would say yes, but I do object to some of the columns of this chart.
Your objection is noted, but we're going to go through it. And I'm going to ask you
He
questions.
objects to some of the columns in this chart.
How long do you think human
You don't hear
Lispro
witnesses
insulin
object much.
is active in the body? How long does it work?
It usually works within, or it usually works 4 to 6 hours, but
I'm sorry, but 4 to 6 hours, right?
4 to 6 hours, but there's also a dose dependent. If you get a large dose, then the effects can last longer. It's a very difficult thing to study because we can't inject otherwise healthy people with superhuman levels of insulin and see how long it takes for the insulin effects to wear off. But with the average dose of Lispro insulin, the average expectancy of it functioning is 4 to 6 hours. But there is a dose-related effect of that as well.
So if Michael Cochran was given an injection of a, as you term, fairly normal dose, the Humalog insulin would only be expected to work 4 to 6 hours. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but it raises,
Very simple question. Now, February 7th of 2019, he's being closely monitored. We don't have a blood glucose level there. It's now 12 and a half hours, approximately, since the alleged injection. 12 and a half hours, under any circumstances, a normal dose, or however you want to term it, of insulin, it's no longer active in the body. Isn't that correct?
at 12 hours generally no, but there's also the dose-dependent feature, which I discussed
You already made
earlier.
that statement. Generally, no. Human insulin isn't active in the body after 12 and a half hours, correct?
Generally no.
The next two entries, well, the next entry is also on February 7th, now 12 hours and 5 more minutes since the last meeting. February 7th, 2019, at 12:30, I believe it's 12:33 a.m. Now, his glucose levels are going up. He's responding to treatment because sometime around that time, he was given a dose of D50 glucose. D50 glucose is used to raise blood glucose levels. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
So he's responding to treatment at this time. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Slightly, but he's still significantly hypoglycemic.
Well, and that depends on what your definition of hypoglycemia is. If the threshold is 70 milligrams per deciliter in a person without diabetes, that could be considered hypoglycemia.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next two columns, his blood glucose level is going up. It's now 80 and then 187. And he's responding to the treatment. His levels are going up. Wouldn't that be correct?
Yes.
Now, suddenly, approximately 3 hours later, his blood glucose levels are going down. They've gone from 187 all the way down to 44. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you really can't state why, correct? You
Correct.
talk about refractory hypoglycemia, other causes, etc. It's really unknown why his blood glucose level goes down to 44. Would that be correct?
Correct.
At 6:22 a.m., approximately an hour later, his glucose goes back up to 95. We don't know why. Correct?
Correct.
Then at 10:33 a.m., about 4 hours later, it's back down to 60. We can't positively say why that happened. Correct?
Correct.
Oh, I just got a tweet. Notification that the state has rested their case in this trial we're watching. So, yay. But can I just say, at this point, I think they're either going to find her not guilty or it's going to be a hung jury. I think she did it, but I don't think that they proved it.
And from the other time marks, from February 7th to February 8th,
I mean,
his
Donnie,
blood
I
glucose
think
levels have now
that's a good question. Is it possible for the pancreas to produce too much insulin? I think it's possible for the body to do anything. You know? I mean, I don't know. Michelle, you agree? I agree. I think she did it though, but I don't think they've proved it. Yeah. Same. Same. Michelle said that is called hyperinsulinemia. Wow.
gone way up, and by any definition, they would be within normal limits. Isn't that correct?
They're above normal limits.
But they're no longer low,
Okay.
and they're no longer indicative of hypoglycemia at that time. Correct?
Correct.
So in summary of that, from February 7th, 2019, 11:53 a.m., when the blood glucose levels are at 154, and afterwards, you cannot say Humalog insulin was active in Michael Cochran's body at those times. Isn't that correct?
Correct. That would make sense.
For clarification, what are the causes of hypoglycemia that you considered?
Could you repeat the question? Because I can't tell if you said hypo or hyperglycemia.
Hypo, H-Y-P-O.
Okay, hypoglycemia is can be caused by a number of different things, including, pancreatic tumors, which can spontaneously secrete insulin. These are fairly rare.
Yeah.
They were not identified.
Excuse me, Dr. Uribe, I don't want an extended explanation, just what the causes were.
Causes include adrenal insufficiency, drug or medication effect, pancreatic tumors, sepsis, multisystem organ failure.
Okay,
Those are the big ones.
all right. You state in your report that insulinoma, which is insulin-producing tumors in the pancreas that can cause hypoglycemia, that was excluded by the first autopsy, but this isn't really true, is it? The first autopsy didn't exclude that. Isn't that right?
They did not identify a pancreatic tumor.
Okay. Isn't it true that when the body decomposes, the organs of which pancreas is one of the first organs to decompose?
Yes.
Okay. So in the first autopsy and your autopsy, the second one, because the pancreas was essentially decomposed, you can't determine whether there are any tumors producing insulin. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
I can go by what Dr. Kubitschek said in his report, and that no pancreatic tumor was identified.
Okay. It's reported that Michael Cochran used medications he ordered from abroad. He used various substances, and you can't exclude those substances or medications as having caused his hypoglycemia because you don't know what they were. Wouldn't that be a correct statement?
The medication.
They're not listed anywhere, so you can't include or exclude them, correct?
The medications that I am aware that he was taking are not associated with hypoglycemia.
I'm talking about ones that weren't included. No reportings, no accurate reportings of what those were. You can't exclude them because you don't know what they were, right?
Sure.
Okay. And any substances, medications, etc., can't be excluded because they could have been eliminated from his body after death and decomposition. Isn't that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. any of these substances, medications, etc., cannot be excluded because they could have been eliminated from his body after death and decomposition. Isn't that correct? The substances are gone.
Some substances would be affected by decomposition. Some medications and drugs would be able to be detected despite decomposition, even in an autopsy 7 months after death.
Okay. You said, now, let me rephrase. You can't definitively say that insulin was present in Michael Cochran's body after his death and decomposition. There was no insulin in his body, correct?
Insulin rapidly degenerates and decomposes. That's one of the reasons why postmortem insulin testing and postmortem C-peptide testing is, you can't do it. There's no utility for it.
Okay, so you can't tell if insulin was in his body for all the reasons you talked about, right?
Correct.
Okay. And after death, you say you can't do any kind of insulin testing, right? Post-mortem insulin testing can't be done.
There are some ways you can detect insulin post-mortem.
Okay. Did you do any of those
Bulky's
tests
still
that showed
sitting right
insulin
there.
in his body?
No.
He's still sitting right there. Kelly, you missed it yesterday. You missed it yesterday. He got frustrated and did the whole giving someone the finger but under his chin. You know how you see people do that, you know? He did that yesterday right in the middle of the court. You guys, tell her. He did it. He did. It was crazy pants. I was like, we watched that part over and over and over and over. Yeah, the Italian finger. Yeah, that's how the Italians do it. So funny. My friend from Australia, my sister wifey from Australia, she does that all the time. And she's like full-blooded Italian. And she does that all the time. Cracks me up. That's so funny. It was pretty funny. We should have time-stamped it, right?
So because of that, because there wasn't any tests or insulin present in Michael's body after death, you cannot say with absolute medical certainty that insulin was involved in Michael Cochran's hypoglycemia or death, can you?
Something must be going on. Hold on. Hold on. Just got this from Kathy Russin on Twitter, and I keep calling it, I know it's X, but I'll never not be able to not call it Twitter. Says, what is this? Judge in the Natalie Cochran cleared the courtroom of everyone but him and the defense. No state, media, public, etc. No one. To advise the defendant of her right to testify and her decision. That is not ex parte or private. I don't understand. Help me out, attorney friends. Is this something specific to West Virginia? Wonder what that was about. Weird, right? Would it have anything to do with her current, like federal imprisonment? I don't know. Wow, there's other people on Twitter saying the same thing. I think she did it, but they didn't prove it. To be a fly on the wall, right, Michelle? I know. I'm wondering if it has something to do with her current federal issue at hand. Very, very interesting. All right, let's continue on. I'll keep my eye on it.
First, I wouldn't use the term absolute, and there is no other viable explanation for profound hypoglycemia in a non-diabetic, otherwise, relatively healthy male. There are no natural conditions that bring someone's blood glucose to a lab confirmed level
All
of
right,
21.
you've made that statement.
Gina, probably, I don't know, but they always have to, like, they always have to ask them before the defense starts. They always have to, let them know that they have the right. That they can't be, like, coerced or talked into it or, that kind of thing. They always have to go through that little spiel with them and give them their rights as far as testifying and not testifying. So, but they don't usually do that in private. So I don't know why they're doing it in private unless it has something to do with her current federal imprisonment, Yeah, that they haven't been promised anything, all that stuff, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if she wants to testify or not. I don't know. I mean, if she did, I don't know that I'm sold that the usually they say, oh, the prosecution will have a field day with them on cross-examination, of the defendant. But I don't know that the prosecution knows which end is up or down, to be honest. So I don't have faith that they would eat her alive on the stand. I really don't. But, right, Michelle, she would be smart. I mean, I don't see any point in her getting up and saying anything because at this point, she doesn't need to. I don't feel like. I feel like prosecution didn't prove it. So if I was her, I would just sit over there with my lips shut, If I were her in her situation.
statement, let me clarify with some other questions.
It would be
What if you were
right.
told that Michael Cochran injected himself numerous times with insulin prior to his death? Would that change your conclusions? And let me clarify a
It's,
little more.
it's possible, but why would a non-diabetic person inject themselves with insulin?
Well, that's a good question. If they were a bodybuilder and they were using insulin to assist them in their bodybuilding, enhancing their body for various reasons, that could be a reason for self-injection of insulin, couldn't it?
To my knowledge, bodybuilders don't use insulin.
Really? So you don't know that Mr. Olympia died from overdosing himself with insulin. That's history. You weren't aware of that?
What is the relevance of how Mr. Olympia died and the fact that he was using insulin? We don't even know that he was using it as a bodybuilding technique.
Because he just said he doesn't know why anyone would inject themselves with insulin.
I'll overrule the objection. Please continue.
Thank you. Were you not aware
Right.
Mr.
Come on.
Olympia, a bodybuilder, died from self-injected insulin?
No.
Okay.
Okay. If that's the case, I mean, you can say that, but was he a diabetic? And was he in a diabetic stupor? Almost comatose, in a diabetic, whatever, and accidentally give himself too much? I mean, what? Where's the context here? We need...
Were you not aware that in the Journal of Emergency Medicine, Volume 56, Issue 3, March of 2019, there is an article by Matthew Heidet, Heidet, MD, that is devoted to severe hypoglycemia due to cryptic insulin use in a bodybuilder. Were you never aware of that article?
No, I'm not aware of a solitary case study that was written 5 years ago at this point.
All right. Well, if you had reviewed that article, it doesn't talk about one specific case. It references many cases. Okay? So it's possible, maybe even probable, that Michael Cochran, a bodybuilder, used insulin. That would be a reason. Correct?
I'm not aware of it. I would be happy to review the article if you were to provide it.
All right. Michael Cochran is documented in many medical records that he had an enlarged heart, correct? And specifically, I'll reference you to his discharge summary, which says he has an enlarged heart. Okay? That was
Okay.
one of his diagnoses.
Okay.
All right. Isn't it true that chronic long-term substance abuse can cause an enlarged heart?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you sound like the teacher from Ferris Bueller's Day Off? Bueller, 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 Bueller. Have you guys ever watched to the end, the very end of Ferris Bueller's Day Off, where the bus, the principal is like, um, mauled all to pieces, right? His shoes half flipping off, his like he's got a bloody tissue shoved up his nose, where um Jennifer Grey like kickboxes his face off, And at the very end of that movie, the principal gets on that bus. The bus driver pulls up and he climbs up on the bus and he sits down, and that little girl I think it's a little girl, pulls out, I think it's a gummy bear. And she's like, "You want it? It's nice and warm. It's been in my pocket all day." Oh, God. So funny. I love that stinking movie so much.
Are you aware that when a person is in a coma or has been unconscious for a long period of time,
Right,
and they're
Margaret?
admitted into the hospital, that their naked body is thoroughly examined by hospital staff to determine such things as bruising, external signs of trauma, etc. You aware of that?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And nowhere in the hospital medical records is it cataloged that there were any injection sites or signs of injection in Michael Cochran's body. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it more likely that Michael's chronic substance abuse, his seizures and seizure history, his swollen brain or edema, his abnormal liver enzymes and liver problems, his possible abuse of testosterone, his enlarged heart, and all of this combination of things, which you call a constellation, that they caught up with Michael and resulted in his death, not because of anything Natalie Cochran did.
None of the things you listed would present as severely profound hypoglycemia on admission.
Because of all of these things, Michael was not a healthy 38-year-old male. Isn't that correct?
It depends on what you consider your definition of healthy is.
Okay. Dr. Kubitschek's autopsy examination 7 months after Michael's death showed no physical evidence of insulin or insulin injections in Michael's body. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I don't believe he was
Okay,
looking.
you answered my question. And you conducted an autopsy approximately 4 years after Michael's death, with still no objective physical evidence of insulin in Michael's body. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So the only reasonable conclusion is that you cannot determine the cause and manner of Michael Cochran's death, and as Dr. Kubitschek stated, you cannot determine the cause of death, it's undetermined, and you cannot determine the manner of death, it's undetermined. Isn't that correct?
Cause and manner of death are both opinions. I believe the
Okay.
circumstantial evidence in this case, I've already stated my opinion on that.
All right. I don't believe I have any more questions at this time.
All
Just a
right.
moment.
Redirect Ms. Akert.
Just a moment, Your Honor, I need to confer with counsel.
Okay.
He's like, okay. Miss King, I'm not positive, but I feel like they might have said that or something like that somewhere.
What other question?
But I can't remember.
When Humalog insulin, or any other type of insulin for that matter, but specifically Humalog Lispro insulin, once it's injected into the body, its effects or activity in the body, its effects in the body are not instantaneous. It takes approximately 15 minutes to begin working. Isn't that correct?
It takes a period of time, 5 to 15 minutes generally.
Okay. So if Michael Cochran were injected with Humalog insulin, he wouldn't just drop to the ground unconscious. It would take time for the effects to begin. Wasn't that true?
If you're talking about collapsing right after injection, that would not happen.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
All right, now, Ms. Akert.
Dr. Uribe, when you reviewed the medical records in this case, did you also review the toxicology report from the hospital? In fact, sorry, the urine drug screen.
Yes.
Was there anything remarkable about that?
The urine, admission drug screen was positive for benzodiazepines.
Did you review Dr. Krieger's report in this matter?
I believe I did, but I did after I had written my consultation, because
Okay.
I didn't want her opinion to bias mine.
And as you stand here today, what is your opinion on that report?
On Dr. Krieger's report?
Yes, sir.
I think Dr. Krieger is an eminently qualified endocrinologist who has the clinical background of treating diabetic patients, which I don't have. I mean, I don't really treat my patients.
Mr. Honor, his opinion of Dr. Krieger really doesn't figure into his testimony.
Your Honor, we've repeatedly asked about the opinion of Dr. Kubitschek. I don't see why the opinion of Dr. Krieger is any different.
Overruled.
You can continue if you have anything else to add, Dr.
Oh,
Uribe.
no, I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Did the
like
fact that
her.
you were hired by the state to
I like her. She's not afraid to go toe to toe with this defense attorney. Good for you, Wednesday Addams.
do a report in this matter affect your testimony in any way?
No.
In addition to the advanced decomposition of Mr. Cochran's body, why were you unable to perform insulin and C-peptide studies during your autopsy?
Because there's no utility in testing for insulin and C-peptide postmortem.
Do you have any way of knowing how many doses of insulin Mr. Cochran would have received before his death?
No.
In your opinion, what was the mechanism that ultimately caused Michael Cochran to die?
I believe the clinical correlation and medical record review demonstrates with the profound hypoglycemia and hypokalemia, which I previously described, that there was an exogenous administration of insulin. It does not appear to me to be self-inflicted nor accidental in nature.
And based on your review of the medical records that you received, who was Mr. Cochran's alleged supplement and insulin use reported by?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Based on your review of the medical records that you went over in preparing the report, who provided the information that Mr. Cochran was allegedly using supplements or insulin?
There was some reports that he was using enclomiphene, and this is all information I received from the Raleigh district attorney. And I was not aware of him administering insulin to himself or that that was a possibility.
Okay. Mr. Cochran was reportedly unconscious the afternoon of February 6, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, that's how it was. That's how the history was reported.
And was it also reported that his wife checked his blood sugar and it was in the 140s at that time?
I've also received that history, yes.
So do you see any way possible that he could have injected himself with insulin?
Objecting to that, cause for speculation of this witness, he has no knowledge.
Overruled. You can answer, Doctor.
Okay, could you repeat the question one more time, please?
Sure. Based on those facts, the fact that he was unconscious the entire afternoon and the fact that his blood sugar was reported at 145, do you see any way that he could have injected himself with insulin during that time?
I'm going to object again. It's not time specific. She's not asking any time frame for injection.
Okay, that's fair. Put it in a time frame, please, Ms. Aker.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. Are you aware of any way that an unconscious person could inject themselves with insulin?
No, and I don't know what the timeline of insulin administration would be, or if it was a single or multiple doses of insulin. I can't exclude that either.
Is there any other information that you believe the jury needs to consider in order to decide this case?
I don't believe so.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Recross, Mr. Selden.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. You were asked by Ms. Aker that you were aware that benzodiazepines showed up in Michael Cochran's urine. Is that correct?
Yes.
But there's no reporting or reason or any accounting of how those benzodiazepines showed up in his urine. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned sepsis as a possible cause of hypoglycemia.
Right, Kelly. The federal trial she was found guilty of. I don't know if there was an actual trial or if she pled guilty, but she's currently serving, I think it was 130 some months in federal prison for the Ponzi scheme. Yes. So this is only for the murder part. Okay.
Yeah, correct?
Yes.
and sepsis is an infection in the body. Wouldn't that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Now, an infection in the body is usually fought by the body's white blood cells, right? That's essentially what they do. They fight infection or foreign substances in the body.
Yes, the white blood cells are part of the human immune system.
Okay? Are you aware that Michael's white blood cell count was highly elevated when he was admitted to the hospital and in subsequent testing?
Yes.
So, wouldn't that indicate that infection or sepsis in Michael Cochran's body might be another reason for his hypoglycemia?
That is a consideration.
Fair enough.
Okay, didn't know that.
And there were some questions by Ms. Aker, something about how could an unconscious person inject themselves, etc. You don't know the absolute reason for Michael Cochran's collapse and unconsciousness, which was initially reported. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Aker?
Very little, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Dr. Uribe, are you aware of other causes of elevated white blood cell counts outside of infection or sepsis?
Yes.
Could you just briefly elaborate?
There are lots of causes for elevated white counts. Elevated white counts could be due to a stress reaction. It could be due to sepsis. It could be due to any type of infection. It could be due to any type of inflammation in the body. There is a very, very broad differential diagnosis for an elevated white count.
I agree, Donnie.
And when you reviewed Mr. Cochran's medical records, did you also review his allergies?
Yes,
Did he have an allergy to a benzodiazepine?
it was listed in his medical record.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
This is something else that they do here
All right.
that I don't care for, like the back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Like, I don't like that.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Give me just a moment.
Very well.
Yeah, I mean, usually a couple of times, right? But no.
Despite the number of other reasons for sepsis and infection, elevated white blood cell count can be an indication of an infection and possible sepsis, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything, Ms. Aker?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You may be excused.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, what was that?
All right, let's take our mid-morning break at this time.
You asked that and got the answer the time before.
Members of the jury, please do not discuss the case among yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not view or listen to any reports concerning this case. We'll break for 10 or 15 minutes. You may follow the bailiff to your jury room.
Okay, so this is where I think we came in at the beginning of the day is at this point.
All right, we continue with the state's case in chief. Ms. Akerd, please call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Timothy Bledsoe to the stand.
Okay, yeah, so this is where we started. So, what I will do now is go back to this screen. And resume from where we ended. Right, Kelly? It's usually direct, cross, redirect. I mean, they're like playing keep away or something, you know? Your turn, now it's your turn, now it's your turn, now it's your turn, now it's your turn. Weird. All right. So now we're going to go back to where we actually ended in real time. Do, 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 do. All right, here we go. Okay. We're getting it all watched. We're just getting it out of order. That's all right.
All right, are there matters to take up at this time, please?
Dodgeball, right?
Anything from the state?
Nothing on behalf of the state, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? Bring in the jury.
Bring the jury. Yeah, I agree, Donnie. Stein just wanted the last word. Isn't it true that I just asked you the same question I asked you previously? Correct? Red Rover, send your witness right over. You guys, I'm starting to get the yawns. I can't have this. Nope. We should be having the underage witness today. They said it was going to be today. But I don't know. Well, yeah, it should be because they said that the state rests their case in chief today, so.
All right, we are right in the middle of cross-examination of the state's witness. You may continue, Mr. Victor.
Oh, that's right. He was doing the cross-examination of
Your Honor.
Okay.
this agent dude. No yawning allowed.
You know that Mr. Cochran was using the so-called smart drugs from nootropics.
I'm not familiar with that term, smart drugs. I don't know
Well, you
what that
gave
is.
us the discovery. You did all these investigation. You didn't know that Mr. Cochran was using substances that you didn't even know about.
If it was a discovery, that doesn't necessarily mean that I had knowledge that he was actually using anything.
Did you hear anything about Mr. Cochran using substances that boosted the brain performance?
No, I don't recall hearing that.
Anything about substances that increase the memory of a person who uses them?
No, like I said, I guess the supplement information that I was given was by by the defendant after
I need a nap
Mr.
too,
Cochran was
Michelle.
deceased.
Did you know that he used any stimulants to keep him awake?
No,
Did you know that he was using substances that had pretty serious side effects, such as high blood pressure, fast heart rate, insomnia, trouble sleeping? Did you know that he was using these substances?
I don't know what substance you're referring to.
For example, Provigil,
Could you pronounce that again?
Provigil, Provigil.
I don't know if he was using that or not.
How about substances like Adderall, Ritalin?
Do I know if he was using them? No, I don't know that.
Okay. All right. You participated in the search of the Cochran residence in June of 2019, right?
That's correct.
And you were there to seek financial information, right?
It's a wide variety of things we were there seeking as part of that search warrant.
Well, the search warrant provided mostly for the evidence of financial crimes. You weren't searching anything related to murder, were you?
No,
No. May I?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Showing you what's been marked as the defense exhibit number 9. It may be 9, 10, or 11, or it's 9.
It says 9 and 4 photos.
Okay, so it's collective 9.
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us what that is?
It's a vial with the label Humalog on it.
Is it true, sir, that you found that vial in the refrigerator of Mrs. Cochran's?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was the vial that has already been discussed here before this jury in this case, right?
That's correct.
Mr. Cochran died in February of 2019, right?
Yes,
And you find this vial in June. That would be June, well, I don't remember the exact date. June what?
I believe the search warrant was on June 25th of 2019.
Well, some 4 months later.
Yes,
Looking at this exhibit, would you agree with me that this bottle is full?
no,
No? Look at the second picture. Would you agree with me that that bottle is, that's the same bottle, isn't it?
it appears to be, yes.
And that bottle is full.
I can't tell anything at all from this picture
You can't, okay?
as far as the level of contents.
Okay. And would you flip to the next page? And that bottle appears to be full. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Same answer. I can't tell from this picture. I can't make an assessment.
Remember the testimony of the expert who said that you would have to inject somebody with a fair amount, and she did that, if I remember the gesture, something like that. Remember that? To cause the death with that type of insulin.
Which expert are you referring to?
Dr. Krieger. She said she used the word fair amount.
That sounds accurate.
So does it appear to you and we don't know exactly where this gesture stopped. But would it appear to you that a fair amount of substance from this bottle has been withdrawn?
I can't testify to what Dr. Krieger believes is a fair amount based on a hand signal.
Would you agree with me, sir, that as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury with any degree of certainty that this bottle that was found in the refrigerator of my clients is the bottle that was used by in your case, what you believe, as the murder weapon?
Can you ask me that again, please?
This is not the bottle that was used and its substance been used to allegedly inject Mr. Cochran. You have no evidence of that.
I can't say if it is or it isn't.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that it is? Let me ask you this before you, maybe ask you another question. You have any fingerprints on that bottle?
Not that I'm aware of.
You have any DNA on this bottle? We're talking about a murder case, talking
Right.
about a murder weapon.
No.
You would expect the Quantico people and you and everybody else to examine this bottle from top to bottom for fingerprints, for DNA, for any sign of connection between this bottle and this person, my client. Do you have any scientific evidence or any evidence that this is the bottle that caused the death, on the substance that caused the death of Michael Cochran?
No, not this particular bottle. I can't say either way, if it is or it isn't.
Okay, if I may retrieve the exhibit.
Very well.
Can you get insulin over the counter?
I really don't know. I've heard conflicting answers on that.
Okay. Can a pharmacist get insulin over the counter? Or if she's planning a murder with insulin, can we maybe like take some from the supplies of the pharmacy where she's working?
We speaking hypothetically?
Well, let's say can a pharmacist have access to insulin?
I would imagine a pharmacist can if they're dispensing it, yes.
Okay. And if somebody wants to use insulin as a murder weapon, they can obtain it without any major suspicion or any major problems.
As long as they are actually employed as a pharmacist and actively working as a
Okay.
pharmacist.
Or if they know people in the pharmacy business, and maybe they can get some on the sly, right?
I would hope not, but I guess it's possible.
And they may not necessarily need to ask a neighbor for the insulin, that they can get themselves over the counter.
I can't answer that question.
All right, Michelle. Have an excellent, excellent, excellent power nap, ma'am. I hope you have a good night, too. Yeah, really, right, Kelly? It's all speculation. And he's saying again, get insulin over the counter. You can't get insulin over the counter. Not to my knowledge. I mean, I know that they talked about this a couple days ago, but because there's a couple different kinds or something, but I've never heard of any kind of insulin you can get just over the counter, like sitting next to the. I don't like. Where do you find it at? I don't know. Pharmacists can, yeah. But even he just said if they're working, you know, in a pharmacy, like actually working and employed or whatever, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully, Michelle, you get a good night's sleep tonight too and get good and rested up. All right. Good night, friend. Thanks
You
for
know
joining
what kind
today.
of insulin you can get over the counter?
No, sir.
Wouldn't that be one of your basic questions before you accused my client of murdering Mr. Cochran with insulin?
Your client told me that she could buy insulin over the counter in one of the interviews that I did with her.
Okay. All right. If I may have a second.
Oh, I know, Cherie. Yeah, I know. It's crazy, right?
That's all the questions I have of this witness.
All right, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. And I will go ahead and advise the court, since I will need help, I'm going to need the projector again.
I'm sorry?
I will go ahead and advise that I will need help with the projector again.
Oh, okay.
She needs help with the projector again. This officer's like, I got you. I got you, babe. I got you, babe. All right.
One of the proposed exhibits.
Quick sidebar. I don't know if that's the daughter's friend or if that's the other kid that is underage, but I don't know that she would be. I don't know. I'm wondering though, is it a friend or is this the sibling? I mean, they said yesterday that they didn't want the sibling to be seen, but I don't know. Oh, is she? Brandy's having fun in the snow in Florida, I bet. Oh gosh.
All right, you may proceed, Ms. Akron.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, you have experience working in federal court, right?
Yes.
So you're familiar with the topic of unindicted co-conspirators?
Yes.
So if you believe that Michael was involved, could you have pursued conspiracy charges against Ms. Cochran?
Could you rephrase that, or repeat that, I'm sorry?
If you believed that Michael was involved in the federal charges, could you have pursued conspiracy charges against Mrs. Cochran?
Yes.
But you did not do that, correct?
No, we did not.
The properties that were named in the forfeiture were owned by both of the Cochrans when Michael was alive, right?
Correct.
And we've seen that Michael's name was on all of the various bank accounts of the two companies. Does this tell you what he did or didn't know about the businesses at all?
No.
Now, the checks that you've seen that Michael wrote total a couple $1,000s, is that right?
I believe so. I think that sounds accurate.
Just as an example, is that one of those checks?
Yes.
How much money passed through TSG total?
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Okay.
What document were you referring to, Ms. Akron?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. That was Defendant's Exhibit. I believe it was Defendant's Exhibit 5, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask for this document to be marked as the state's next exhibit.
All right,
Number 28 for the state, Your Honor.
thank you.
Now, defense counsel told you that the Bank of America account was never opened, is that right?
That's correct.
What does this check tell you?
That it's a check printed with Bank of America, an account number on the bottom, Tactical Solutions Group LLC, and deposit only to another account.
But it is the Bank of America check?
It is, yes.
Now, during your investigation, you saw a text between the defendant and Michael Cochran during the time that he allegedly had her phone, is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell me what nootropic source is? From your understanding?
It was included, I believe, either on the bottle of enclomiphene or on orders that I saw for the bottles of enclomiphene.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be marked as the state's next exhibit.
Exhibit number 29, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Now, Lieutenant Bledsoe, is that your email signature at the top of the page?
Yes, it is.
Was this email sent to you?
It was.
And who was it sent from?
It was sent from the defendant.
And what does that tell you about who between the Cochrans was interacting with Nootropic Source?
I'm going to object. This message doesn't tell him anything.
I think you have to sustain the objection. You could rephrase Ms. Avery.
This is further down on the same email. I'm sorry. This was forwarded, right?
Yes.
That's the top of the page. Does this tell you who was attempting to order the enclomiphene?
Yes, the defendant.
Thank you. Are you at all familiar with insulin needles?
No.
So you wouldn't know about the size of that needle at all, right?
No.
Now, I know the defense counsel repeatedly asked you for direct evidence of our murder investigation, which we have repeatedly stated that we don't have, right?
Correct.
What circumstantial evidence led you to charge the defendant with murder?
I'm going to object as asked and
Hey,
answered
Skylab.
at least twice.
I don't
Good to
believe
see
it has been,
you.
Your Honor.
Overruled. I'll permit it.
Good to see you. And yeah, the defense
What
is a little
circumstantial
whacked out.
evidence do you
Not gonna
have that
lie.
led you to believe the
Both
defendant
of them.
committed the murder of Michael Cochran?
The actions of Michael Cochran and the text messages between Michael Cochran and the defendant.
And it was your testimony earlier that the defendant, in fact, told you that Michael was, quote, doing the best he's ever done in his life. Is that right?
That's correct.
The morning of February 6th, did Natalie purport to get both herself and Michael medications?
She did.
And just for clarification, who's that text message from?
It's from the defendant to Michael Cochran.
And lastly, was Natalie Cochran employed as a pharmacist at the time of Michael's death?
No, she was not.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I neglected to have this exhibit marked.
State exhibit number 30.
Your Honor, this time I would ask that state exhibits 28, 29, and 30 be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
I object to the exhibit previously mentioned. I don't know what the number is. 28,
For the reasons stated,
for the reason stated at the bench
All right.
conference.
I'm going to admit 28, 29, and 30, 28 over the defense objection, but I'll reserve exceptions.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, recross Mr. Victor.
May I see 28, please? I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28 and tell the jury what it is.
It appears to be copies of checks that were written on an account at Bank of America for the Business Tactical Solutions Group LLC.
Would you tell the jury if there are any checks written while Michael Cochran was alive.
Give me just a second to review. I don't see any, no, sir.
So after Michael Cochran's death, would it be fair to say that the defendant opened the account and wrote the checks on it as part of her fraud?
No.
No? Show me the evidence, if you can, that my client opened that account prior to February 5th or 6th, the flight to Lynchburg, Virginia. Show me any evidence that she opened that account prior to that date.
During my interview with Mr. Nexon, that was what I understood him to relay to me, was that she had contacted their bank, the defendant had contacted their bank for the purpose of opening an account.
Yeah, for the purposes of opening that account, I didn't ask you what the purpose was. I asked you whether they had an account open prior to February 6th of 2019.
I can't say if that account was open prior to that date or not.
And in fact, they were going there they were supposed to go there on the 6th to open the account because the banker, as he testified, needed their signatures, right?
I do recall him saying he needed their signatures, yes.
Well, then why are we beating around the bush? As far as you know, before the February 6th, 2019, that account wasn't open. That account was open later, after Michael's death.
I don't know
Ooh,
that.
Yankee
You don't know.
Skylab, close to home, huh?
Prosecutor asked you whether my client signing the checks told you anything about
Ugh, I cannot stand when they do this. They've hit the end of the day or whatever, and then it jumps all the way back to the beginning. So now I have to find exactly where I was at. And I don't know how easy that's going to be. Hopefully we're close.
certainty that this bottle that was found
A check
Okay, we're
printed
getting
with Bank of
close.
America, an account number on the bottom, Tactical Solutions.
And it was your testimony earlier that the defendant, in fact, told you that Michael was, quote, doing the best he's ever done in his life. Is that right?
That's correct.
You heard that
The
part,
morning
right?
of February 6th, did Natalie purport to get both herself and Michael medications?
She did.
Oh, wait, did I go too far?
And that to Michael Cochran.
No, okay, we're in the right spot. Close enough anyway. Close enough.
And lastly, was Natalie Cochran employed as a pharmacist?
the jury what it is.
It appears to be copies of checks that were the Business Tactical Solutions Group.
Okay.
Written
I'll let it go from here.
while Michael Cochran was alive.
Give me just a second to review. I don't see any, no, sir.
So after Michael Cochran's death, would it be fair to say that the defendant opened the account and wrote the checks on it as part of her fraud?
No.
No? Show me the evidence, if you can, that my client opened that account prior to February 5th or 6th, the flight to
No, Miss
Lynchburg,
King.
Virginia. Show me any evidence that
Well, I mean, I'm sure she was, but she just was not practice. I mean, she wasn't working as a pharmacist. She had her pharmacist, whatever, she was a licensed pharmacist, I guess you would say, but just not working.
she opened that account prior to that date.
During my interview with
Oh,
Mr.
goodness,
Nexon,
Skylab.
that was what I understood him to relay to me, was that she had contacted their bank, the defendant had contacted their bank for the purpose of opening an account.
Yeah, for the purposes of opening that account, I didn't ask you what the purpose was. I asked you whether they had an account open prior to February 6th of 2019.
I can't say if that account was open prior to that date or not.
And in fact, they were going there they were supposed to go there on the 6th to open the account because the banker, as he testified, needed their signatures, right?
I do recall him saying he needed their signatures, yes.
Well, then why are we beating around the bush? As far as you know, before the February 6th, 2019, that account wasn't open. That account was open later, after Michael's death.
I don't know that.
You don't know that. Prosecutor asked you whether my client signing the checks told you anything about Michael Cochran knowing or not knowing anything about his business. Is that a fair paraphrase of her question?
I want to answer that. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand it, and I don't know if you could repeat it for me.
There was a question whether Michael knew anything about her business based on these checks, and you said you couldn't tell, right?
Yes.
So just because my client signed business checks after he died, because obviously he couldn't sign any more checks, that doesn't tell you what he knew or had known or didn't know or hadn't known about the business.
That was the whole purpose for his planned meeting at the Bank of America on the 6th,
Right.
was to find out.
So the answer would be yes.
No, my answer is what I answered.
And you said that you had no knowledge of nootropics?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
What did you say?
I said I recalled the term or the word from either the bottle of clomiphene or documentation related to the order, which I have seen since. So it was one or the other, but I did recall that word. I just couldn't remember exactly where.
And you testified on redirect that the messages between my client and her husband are circumstantial proof of her murdering Michael Cochran. Is that what you said?
I said his actions and the text messages, yes.
Actions and the text messages are circumstantial proof that she killed Mr. Cochran.
They're circumstantial and go towards that proof, yes.
Going towards the proof, or are they the proof?
Yes, they're the proof.
They're the proof. Show me the message that you claim is the proof of circumstantial evidence of my client killing Michael Cochran. Show me the one. Show the jury the one.
There's hundreds of them,
Hundreds of them.
yes.
Well, show me number one.
I don't have them in front of me to show you.
Well, show me number two.
I don't have them here with me.
You're speculating, officer. All right, that's all I have. Withdrawn.
All right, it is withdrawn. Anything further, Ms. Akron?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
He is a very strange little man.
Your Honor, I would ask that this be marked as the state's next exhibit. It has been shown to defense counsel.
Very well,
31 for this one, Your Honor.
thanks.
Lieutenant Bledsoe, what are the dates on this account summary from Bank of America?
It says for January 30th, 2019 to January 31st, 2019.
And what day did Michael Cochran die?
February the 11th, 2019.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor, and I would ask that this be moved into evidence.
No objection.
All right, it will be admitted into evidence. Anything further, Ms. Akron?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Victor?
Is it true, sir, that the bank will not open an account unless it has the wet signature of each and every signatory of the account?
Objection, Your Honor. That question should have been posed of the banker that testified. This witness has no way to answer that question.
Sustained.
All right? Did you hear the banker testifying to that effect?
No, I don't
Okay?
recall that.
Wasn't that the purpose of Mr. and Mrs. Cochran going to that bank in Virginia to sign off on that account, to open it formally by giving their signatures, putting their signatures to the opening documents of that account?
Mr. Cochran had been told that he was going to be receiving her $1.4 billion into that account, and he wanted to make sure.
Yes or no? It wasn't that the point of their trip to?
No, I don't believe it was.
You don't believe it was?
Substained. Substained.
Anything further, Ms. Akron?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down.
What's the
sir.
grounds
Thank
for
you.
that substained? Lord, Lord, Lord.
Call your next witness, Ms. Akron.
State rests, Your Honor.
Okay, so
All right,
they are not
thank you.
calling.
Members of the jury,
They did.
you have heard it from the state themselves. They have rested their case. That means they have completed the presentation of their case in chief. This is a good stopping point insofar as you folks are concerned, and we will do that. I need to ask you a very important question. Would you like to have Chick-fil-A biscuits in the morning? I'm going to travel past Chick-fil-A and buy myself a chicken biscuit, and I'll get 14 more if you think that that would be desirable. All right, I will have them for you as a treat in the morning and as a little encouragement to come back tomorrow. Please watch yourselves tonight. Don't discuss this matter with family members or friends. They will try to put pressure on you to find out information about this case. We have so much time and effort invested in it now that we need to see it through. So do not watch anything on TV. Do not get online. Do not do any research. Do not listen to anything on the radio. Please keep your minds free and clear of all outside influences so that you'll be in a proper position to decide this case when the time comes. Thank you very much for being here promptly. I will see you first thing in the morning. We'll start up at 9 o'clock. I will have your chicken biscuits in your jury room at least by 8:30, maybe even earlier if I can get out of bed early in the morning. So I will see you tomorrow. You may go with the bailiff to your jury room.
Yeah, this judge, he's cute. He's cute. Yesterday, Skylab, was it yesterday? He brought him donuts a couple times and coffee, and then
Yes.
Before we proceed further, could we
he got him sausage biscuits from somewhere this week too. He's just super sweet. Super sweet.
approach the bench?
Yes.
So they're going to approach. Yes, this is a murder case. Kelly, yes, it would. This is a murder case, murder case, murder, murder, murder. Murder, murder, murder. Okay, let's go. So the state rested.
And
Either they decided against the other witness, the minor witness, or maybe the minor witness is for the defense if it's one of her kids. I think it's one of her kids. So I'm guessing then that it's for the defense.
we can sit here and argue is our performance acquittal in this.
All right, are there motions at this time?
Your Honor, I'll make a motion for an acquittal in this case. And as much as these motions, in many cases, are perfunctory motions where the evidence is overwhelming, this is not one of those cases. In fact, we can sit here and argue a couple of things and claim that there is sufficient evidence to take this case to the jury. But this case, the prosecutor's case, even if the court looks at this case in the most favorable light to the prosecution, is a collage of little suppositions which, if put together, do not even make a coherent picture. For that matter, they don't even make an incoherent picture. We have the only evidence the state has presented to this court is that at some point my client had in her possession an insulin which we know cannot cause the type of reaction that has caused, in this case, to the alleged victim. We know that my client was perhaps a fraud and a cheat, but we have no motive, and I understand that the motive is not usually considered by the courts in arriving at the decision. Motive for this defendant to kill her husband, and the state produced none. The state admitted to having no direct evidence, but the state cannot even produce circumstantial evidence. If we had circumstantial evidence of the substance that killed Mr. Cochran, we would perhaps not be making this motion. But we don't have that evidence. All we have is a vial of insulin, full and seemingly untouched, even though there seems to be a puncture in a bottle of this insulin that, as stated by the government's experts, cannot kill this cannot kill this victim. What's more, the state's star witnesses, well, at least Dr. Krieger testified that death by insulin is probably one of the reasons, maybe, but we don't know. Then Dr. Uribe stubbornly refused to admit that that there are other possibilities. We have the evidence of the alleged victim being a man of extremely questionable health, and we don't have a murder weapon. We don't have the motive. We don't have the insulin that may have been used. We have a couple of contradictory theories. First, it was the insulin in the morning in the kitchen. Then it was perhaps insulin in the bed. Then it was the insulin perhaps on the couch. These are all guesses. These are all suppositions. These are all innuendos. Then we have insulin that was administered in the morning. Then we have the theory that it was administered later on that afternoon. And that was the evidence that it would have to be continuously administered to cause the death. We have the evidence that this man, even if injected, would have been alive for 15 to 30 minutes to seek any type of help, assistance, aid, or comfort. He didn't do that. We don't have the evidence, direct or circumstantial, that Natalie Cochran killed her husband. And for that reason, I'm asking the court, well, the only evidence that potentially could be brought before this court is some evidence that the state argued for Mr. Cochran not to be taken to the hospital immediately. But that's the evidence of perhaps involuntary manslaughter. Negligent homicide, perhaps. That's a misdemeanor. That's not first-degree murder. Premeditation, when the defendant calls for a murder weapon on the same day and pretty much tells everybody, at least 2 witnesses, I want to kill my husband? That's the evidence? He might have just as well asked for a gun, for a murder weapon. That's not the evidence that the state can hang his hat on. There's no evidence of premeditation. There's no evidence of deliberation here. And for that matter, there is no evidence of malice. And we have also the evidence of no evidence of what Mr. Michael Cochran would have done had he learned about this alleged fraud. We have no idea what he would have done, and therefore there is no evidence that my client needed to kill him for anything. I don't believe there's a shred of evidence in this case, direct or circumstantial, and I ask the court to seriously consider an acquittal.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. Let me hear from the state, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, we do agree with the defense that the state does not have to prove motive, although there is evidence of motive. Aside from that, the state's made a prima facie case, and that's all we have to do at this stage. The circumstantial evidence is significant, overwhelming, and a reasonable jury could use it to convict this defendant. That's what they should do, based upon the state of the evidence. The defense has floated a lot of smoke out there, but at the end of the day, when this man went to Raleigh General Hospital, he had a blood glucose of 21. And our experts accounted for that by him being injected with insulin. That's enough. She had motive, she had opportunity, she had the means to do it. She's a diabetes counselor. She's a pharmacist. Putting all that together, there's more than enough evidence to convict. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Truman. The court notes that the state told us all that this would be a circumstantial case. We've heard from significant witnesses, and perhaps the most important one in the court's mind was Dr. Uribe, who testified that the only way this victim could have died would be from insulin. We have heard about a motive that the defendant may have had to proceed in this manner against her husband. The court believes that a prima facie case has been established here, sufficient enough to take the case to the jury. The court is therefore constrained to deny the defendant's motion for judgment of acquittal, and I'll preserve this matter fully for the possibility of a review on appeal. All right, the next item we have to do, I have to advise the defendant of her Newman rights. I have to discuss with her right to testify in her own behalf in this case. For that purpose, we'll have to clear the courtroom of the state and all parties associated with the state, and also I would ask to clear out the media as well, because this is a very private matter, and all parties that are here to observe as well.
Okay, so this is the bit where he tells everybody to get the heck out of Dodge. Get the heck out of my courtroom so I can see what this woman wants to do. And I'd say that's it. They probably, yeah, that's it. Let him go after the fact. I'll scooch on through to the end just in case, but yeah. Yep. All right. All right now. Hold on just a second. Hold on a minute, folks. I gotta let the dog out of the bedroom. Hold on. Okay, had to let Popsters out. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. That's all I know. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We're supposed to be on normal time in the morning as far as kiddos' school goes. So, if that's the case, I should be a little bit earlier than normal. So we'll see. We'll see how things go tomorrow. Other than that, I guess that's it. I think everybody's kind of on the same page. Like, I feel like the vast majority of us feel like she did it. They just didn't prove that she did it. We'll see. We'll see what happens with this one. I don't know. I don't know. I'm anxious to make a poll, though, when we get closer to the end and see what you guys think. So, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. I got a lot more work stuff I got to get done today before dinner. So, I'm going to scooch and I'll be back with you guys tomorrow morning. You have a good night too, Gail. Oh, hello, Newman. Oh my gosh. All right. I love you guys and I'll see you back tomorrow. Please hit that thumbs up before you go. And me too, Cherie. Yeah. Hey, Kayleen. Good to see you, hun. I don't think she's not going to get to walk too far because she's still got however many years left to spend in federal prison over the Ponzi scheme. But hey, Susan. Look at my lurkers and workers popping in. I love you guys. All right, yeah. I'll get out of here. I'll see you back tomorrow. But please make sure to hit the thumbs up before you leave. Subscribe if you're new. Click the notification bell so you get notified when I go live. And then also, if you're watching this on a replay, make sure to hit the comment section down below and put a hashtag replay in there so that I know that you were here and all that stuff. Okay? Yeah, stay safe and warm tonight. You guys, if it's chilly willy where you're at, make sure you're safe and warm. Keep the water dripping. Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love y'all. Mean it. Bye.